Chapter 1663 Baneful Dragon's Poisonous Swamp. Chapter 1663 Baneful Dragon's Poisonous Swamp, I see. Despite Yuan explaining the situation to her, Yingzi only became more puzzled afterward. She couldn't fathom how Yuan, who was obviously human, became the dragon god's descendant. Moreover, he should have the Primal Monarch's bloodline. However, she quickly stopped thinking about it, realizing it was pointless to overthink something she wasn't meant to understand. Your friend is a shadow dweller, huh? It's been over 1,000,000 years since I last encountered their race. Long Yejuan commented as he stared at Yingzi, as it was incredibly rare for a shadow dweller to be so far away from their natural habitat, the hollowed expanse. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am the second dragon god's descendant, Long Yejuan. Yingzi. Let's head to the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp now, shall we? Yuan said a moment later. Sure. Since their destination was only 3 days away from the Divine Dragon Hall, they decided to fly there instead of wasting a teleport stone. While they traveled, Long Yejuan gave an introduction to the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp. Baneful dragons are the strongest poison dragons and some of the most feared creatures in the primal expanse due to their dreadful poisons. Their poisons are so deadly that even entities with poison immunities could perish from them. They're also so incredibly annoying to deal with that even the dragon god avoids fighting them as much as possible. How are they annoying to deal with? Yuan asked curiously. Their bodies are essentially made of poison, so they release poison from any wounds inflicted upon them. The only way to fight them is from a safe distance, and you must defeat them swiftly, or else their poison will spread. Unfortunately, that is easier said than done because baneful dragons are annoyingly durable. There's a reason poison dragons are considered one of the most powerful and dangerous dragon bloodlines. What bloodline does the dragon god have? Yuan asked. I would love to tell you, but unfortunately, even I do not have the answer. What? Even though you're his offspring? Long Yejuan nodded and sighed. We've asked him many times, but he said he'd only tell us if we can defeat him, which is essentially impossible. Even the eldest, who is recognized as the most talented dragon since the dragon god, the unrivaled Tyrant, hasn't defeated him after many billions of years. I've heard about the first dragon god's descendant multiple times now, but I still don't have a clue what they're like. Yuan suddenly said. There's only one thing you need to be aware of about the eldest. Long Yejuan paused to look around nervously. Once he was sure nobody was eavesdropping on them, he continued speaking through divine sense. That bitch is fucking crazy. No matter what, don't speak with her. As a matter of fact, don't even approach her. If you ever see her, run the other direction. The eldest is a woman, huh? Yuan thought to himself. What does she look like so I know it's her? Yuan then asked. She has multiple appearances and changes quite often, so it's impossible to recognize her from appearance alone. However, you'll still recognize her at a glance. I don't get it. You'll understand when you meet her. Not even a hint? Nope. Long Yejuan refused with a smile. Forget it then. 3 days later, they arrived at the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp. Just as its name implied, the place was literally a swamp but with poisonous water and plants everywhere. There are 3 different zones in the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp: outer, inner, and center. Every zone has many layers of poisonous water, each containing a unique poison. We're currently in the first zone on the very outskirts of the place. Long Yejuan explained. As you go deeper and approach the center of the swamp, the poison will become stronger. Do not underestimate this place, or you'll die. I have the antidote for all poisons up to the inner zone, so you don't have to worry about dying. However, once you enter the inner zone, I cannot save you, and only the baneful dragon could save you. Yuan nodded, thank you for the warning. After taking a deep breath, Yuan entered the swamp. The swamp is much shallower than I anticipated. Yuan thought to himself as the water in the swamp only reached his knees. Once he confirmed that his poison immunity was working, Yuan began walking deeper. Several steps later, he was poisoned by a different type of poison. He continued walking deeper into the swamp. After walking 300 steps and being exposed to over 20 different types of deadly poison, Yuan had only managed to complete a little under 10% of the first zone, meaning he was still over 2,000 steps away from reaching the second zone. My poison resistance isn't increasing. I guess I have to be poisoned by something that my 10,000 poison immunity cannot handle. With that in mind, Yuan continued walking to the next zone. Sometime later, Yuan finished 90% of the first zone after experiencing over 200 different types of poison. When he was poisoned for the 207th time, a change occurred in his notifications. Ding! Seeing that his physique had finally activated, Yuan sat in the poisonous water and began cultivating. Although his physique was refining the poison, it didn't mean he wasn't experiencing any pain. In fact, Yuan was currently experiencing excruciating pain from every inch of his body. Chapter 16 6400,000 Poison Immunity. Chapter 16 6400,000 Poison Immunity. Wow, he's doing much better than I expected. Long Yejuan muttered with a surprised look after seeing how far Yuan had progressed in the Baneful dragon's poisonous swamp. He turned to look at Yingzi, who was standing beside him, and asked, "How long have you been traveling with him?" "A little over 2 years. So only recently, huh? How did you guys meet?" "I was the one who approached him. He appeared out of nowhere and piqued my interest." "Is that so?" Sometime later, Yuan stood up after receiving a notification. Progress, 10%, Yuan stopped to cultivate again. A few minutes later, Yuan walked to the next layer. He continued this until he reached the last layer of the first zone. Progress, 25%. It was only when his poison immunity advanced to the next realm that he noticed an increase in his progress. This realization led Yuan to believe that he would need to continue elevating his poison immunity to even higher levels in order to complete his progress. Sometime later, Yuan walked forward, stepping into the second zone of the swamp. Long Yejuan swallowed nervously when he saw this. The second zone was incomparably more challenging than the first, and even poison dragons had trouble adapting to the poison there. He's only been here for a few hours, and he's already entering the second zone. Long Yejuan sighed out loud as he recalled taking several 100 million years to reach that point. His insane speed of adapting to poison, he's definitely a poison dragon. Long Yejuan was already convinced that Yuan was a poison dragon. Otherwise, it would make no sense. Long Yejuan suddenly noticed a powerful presence behind him, prompting him to turn around. A tall and handsome man with purple, blue, and green hair was walking toward them with a slight smile on his face. "It's been a while since I've seen you at my playground, Prince Yejuan." This man greeted Long Yejuan with respect. "Baneful dragon. Are you here to watch my little brother, too?" Sure enough, this newcomer was the Baneful dragon, the creator of the poisonous swamp. "Your little brother?" The Baneful dragon looked at Yuan and smiled. "So that's the rumored fourth dragon god's descendant. And I came here because I noticed something odd was happening at my playground." "Something odd?" Long Yejuan raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. "My poisonous swamp started losing its strength rapidly a few hours ago, almost as if someone was purposefully detoxifying the poison." The Baneful dragon narrowed his gaze at Yuan and continued, "Turns out he has been absorbing my poison and using it to enhance his own body, and at an incredible rate at that." "What? Isn't that something only someone who has attained poison harmony could achieve?" Long Yejuan's eyes widened with shock. Although Brother Yuan has poison immunity, he definitely hasn't reached the level of poison harmony yet. Yingzi looked at Yuan with a weird expression on her face. "Isn't this exactly what happened at the Eternal Phoenix domain? So he can do more than just absorb fire, huh?" Yingzi, who had witnessed Yuan's feats at the 9 levels of hell, immediately realized what was happening. However, she said nothing to Long Yejuan and the Baneful dragon since it would reveal Yuan's true identity, leaving them to figure everything out themselves. When Yuan entered the second zone and was poisoned, his 100,000 poison immunity immediately nullified the poison effects, so he continued walking deeper until he could no longer continue at the 20% mark. If he's stopping there, then his poison immunity should have only reached the level of 100,000 poison immunity. The Baneful dragon remarked. "That's where I am now, and that took me hundreds of millions of years to achieve. Long Yejuan sighed. The baneful dragon looked at him and sneered, "You make it sound like you've been training for hundreds of millions of years straight when, in reality, you've only really trained for a few thousand years. It took Yuan a little longer to adapt to the poison in the second zone and a little over a week to advance his poison immunity to the next stage. Progress, 75%, myriad poison immunity, description, grants the user immunity to over 1 million poisons, including immortal-grade poisons. When Yuan attained myriad of poison immunity, had just traversed a little over 75% of the second zone. However, even with his improved poison immunity, he was only able to continue all the way up to 90% before needing to halt again. I have never seen anyone adapt to poison so quickly. The baneful dragon spoke with a shocked expression on his face. That's my little brother for you. Ha ha ha. Long Yejuan laughed with prideful expression, as if he was the one who was being praised. By the way, can you tell what kind of poison dragon he is? The baneful dragon shook his head and said, everything about him tells me that he's a poison dragon, but for some reason, I cannot see him being a poison dragon. My gut tells me he isn't one. What? He isn't a poison dragon? How is that possible? There's no way anything other than a poison dragon could adapt to poison so quickly. I am well aware of that. If I have to be honest, even I cannot compare to him in that category. No way. You have the strongest bloodline and highest poison affinity as a poison dragon. How could you lose to someone who isn't even a poison dragon? That doesn't make any sense. Long Yejuan exclaimed. The baneful dragon remained silent, almost as if he had no response to such remarks. Chapter 1665 Heaven's Bane. Chapter 1665 Heaven's Bane. Another 2 weeks have passed since Yuan attained myriad poison immunity. True poison immunity, description, grants the user immunity to most poisons. Progress, 90%, looks like I will have to advance my poison immunity by one more stage if I want to complete the fusion. Yuan thought to himself as he took his first step into the third zone, where the poisons are strong enough to kill even immortals within seconds. I would have stopped him from advancing further if you weren't here, baneful dragon. Long Yejuan said. However, the baneful dragon shook his head and said, even with me here, there's nothing I can do to save him in the third zone because the poison there is strong enough to kill him before I can even attempt to save him. My poisonous swamp isn't the most dangerous training ground in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary without reason. It has the most casualties, and even other baneful dragons have perished here because they underestimated my poison. What? Then I need to stop him immediately. Before it's too late. Long Yejuan hastily said. He'll be fine. Yingzi suddenly spoke for the first time since the baneful dragon's appearance. Where is your confidence coming from? The baneful dragon inquired, his gaze filled with intrigue. From experience, I guess. I have seen what he's capable of. But you've only been with him for around 2 years. Long Yejuan exclaimed. And in those 2 years, I have witnessed enough to be confident of him. Yingzi shrugged. Long Yejuan shifted his focus to Yuan again and swallowed nervously. Even that unrivaled tyrant hasn't stepped foot inside the third zone. He mumbled in a dazed voice. The third zone of the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp was much smaller than the previous 2, requiring only 100 steps to reach its very center. However, each step introduced a new, more potent layer of poison. These toxins were so deadly that even those at the god Ascension would succumb to them within minutes. Even with true poison immunity, Yuan couldn't take more than 10 steps before he had to sit down to cultivate. The pain he experienced was excruciating, and if it weren't for his regeneration ability that constantly created healthy blood cells and restored his organs, the poison would have melted his body within seconds. Oh God, what is his body made of? The baneful dragon was shocked by what he was witnessing, and he even began to doubt the effectiveness of his poison, something he had been immensely proud of for countless years. That regenerative ability, if he's not a poison dragon, he's a dragon with extremely high recovery rates. Long Yejuan immediately started thinking of the possibilities. Only an undying dragon would be able to rival that recovery speed of his, but they are especially weak to poison, so that can't be right. The dragon god's blood within him might have something to do with that. No, the dragon god's blood only enhances our existing abilities to extreme lengths. None of the dragon god's descendants have abilities beyond what they're capable of, not even the unrivaled Tyrant. For example, Long Yijin's ability to control water reached levels other ancient azure dragons could never hope to achieve because of the dragon god's blood within him. However, he would not suddenly acquire the ability to control the void or fire. 4 hours later, Yuan stood up and took another step before sitting back down again to cultivate. He would continue to spend 4 hours for each step until he reached the 69th step. Ding! Progress, 100%. The baneful dragon narrowed his eyes, sensing a drastic change in Yuan's body and aura as his physique merged properly. What a ridiculous monster. Even the unrivaled Tyrant is nothing in front of his poison affinity. The baneful dragon praised loudly. Don't let her hear that, or she'll kill you. Long Yejuan said as he nervously looked around to make sure nobody there heard it. Relax. This place is usually empty. The baneful dragon laughed. I wonder why. Long Yejuan shook his head. Meanwhile, Yuan continued his march toward the very center of the poisonous swamp. Unlike before, when each step took him hours to complete, this time he moved forward without pause, not stopping for even a second. In the blink of an eye, he reached the very center of the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp. Heaven's Bane, rank, Celestial, Mastery level, 1, description, the strongest poison, the bane of all existence. A single drop of Heaven's Bane could poison even heaven itself. Despite the powerful new technique had just acquired, Yuan was paying attention to something else, something inside the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp. He crouched down and reached into the water, carefully retrieving a purple crystal as large as his entire head. The crystal gleamed with an otherworldly glow and exuded a deadly presence. What is this? He muttered. Congratulations, fourth dragon god's descendant. The baneful dragon suddenly appeared before Yuan with a wide smile on his face. Huh? Who are you? I am the baneful dragon, the owner and creator of this wonder playground. And you've just become the first entity to defeat all of my poison by reaching the very center of the swamp. That object in your hand is a baneful crystal, a treasure I have been nurturing for over 1 billion years in this playground. It can be used to create poison or as a material to craft another treasure. I'll give it to you to celebrate this occasion. Thank you, baneful dragon. I will put this treasure into good use, Yuan said, already thinking about how he should use it. Join privilege for VIP chaps. Chapter 1666 The Next Training Ground. Chapter 1666 The Next Training Ground. I can't believe you have managed to conquer the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp in such a short time, and it's even your first visit to this place. Long Yejuan praised Yuan when he returned. He said, Are you a baneful dragon, too? Only a baneful dragon with dragon god's blood could possibly achieve this feat. Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, Sorry, you're wrong. I am not a baneful dragon. I want to believe you, but alas. Anyway, let's head to the next training ground. Yuan then said, leaving them speechless. Already? There's less than 2 years until the Dragon God Festival, so I am short on time. I am going to experience most of the training ground in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary by then. Ha ha ha. You're really something, little brother. Good. I'll also stay with you until then. Long Yejuan declared, as he had a feeling that he might be witnessing history being made. What about the location where I can craft my treasure? Yuan then asked. Don't worry, I've already notified my contact about it. I'll let you know when it's available. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Where are you going next? The baneful dragon suddenly inquired. Yuan took a moment to look at the map inside his head before responding. The nearest training ground from here is the sky-splitting dragon's Tribulation, so I'll train there next. The sky-splitting dragon's Tribulation, huh? Long Yijin mumbled. It's been a while since I went there, so I'm going to tag along. I also want to see how far you'll go in a different environment. The Baneful dragon said. Long Yejuan shattered a teleport stone that brought them near their destination shortly after. If I can become immune to lightning, I'll no longer have to worry about heavenly tribulations back in the 9 heavens. Yuan thought to himself as they entered the rift. In the 9 heavens, when an individual attains immunity to a particular element, their unique physique is given a specific name. For instance, those immune to poison are known to possess the perfect poison body, while those immune to fire are referred to as one with the flames. For those who achieve immunity to lightning, they possess what is known as a heavenly physique, a physique that directly defies heavenly tribulations. This unique trait grants them the power to withstand the wrath of the heavens itself, making it one of the most coveted and sought-after physiques for cultivators. Most cultivators perish during heavenly tribulations when attempting to ascend to the next major realm. Thus, one can only imagine the immense value of the heavenly physique that enables its bearer to completely ignore these tribulations and ascend unchallenged. A few days later, Yuan and his group arrived at the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation. The training ground stretched across a vast, barren landscape, where lightning strikes continuously poured down like raindrops in a storm, illuminating the area with their relentless fury. With countless lightning strikes crashing down incessantly, the training ground was filled with a deafening noise. The clamor was so overwhelming that it was impossible to stay there without sealing one's hearing. Long Yejuan snapped his fingers, covering their group in a soundproof barrier. What a chaotic place and scenery, but it's also oddly beautiful. Yuan muttered. Unlike the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp, which was devoid of any presence, the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation was bustling with beings. Hey, look over there. 2 of the 7 dragon monarchs are together. It didn't take long for the beings there to notice Yuan's group. Wow! The water dragon monarch and the poison dragon monarch? What a rare sight. In the divine dragon sanctuary, there exists a prestigious title separate from the regular rankings, bestowed only upon the strongest dragons of their respective elements. Both the baneful dragon and Long Yejuan held this revered title as the poison dragon monarch and the water dragon monarch. The spy-splitting dragon was also one of the 7 dragon monarchs as the lightning dragon monarch. What are they doing together at this training ground? And who are those 2 unfamiliar faces with them? I recognize the young man. He's the 4th dragon god's descendant. So he's the one. While the onlookers chatted, Long Yejuan explained the training ground to Yuan. There are 9 levels of difficulty in this training ground, Long Yejuan explained. You basically temper your body at the level you can endure until you're ready to move on to the next. Quite simple, right? For reference, my limit is level 3, Long Yejuan continued. Only level 3? Yuan remarked with raised eyebrows, surprised that the limit seemed relatively low for someone of Long Yejuan's stature. As a water dragon, I am especially weak to lightning, so it's much harder for me to train here than others. By the way, my limit is level 5. The baneful dragon said. What about the unrivaled Tyrant? Yuan asked out of curiosity. She's conquered all 9 levels a few million years ago. Long Yejuan said. But it took her 300 million years of straight training. 300 million years. Yuan swallowed hard at the sheer enormity of that number, unable to hide his awe and disbelief. Hopefully, it won't take me anywhere as long. After taking a moment to prepare himself, Yuan entered the training ground. Then I'll see you later. Good luck. They said to him. Look. The 4th dragon god's descendant has entered the training ground. The onlookers started shifting their attention to him. After entering the training ground, Yuan was immediately bombarded with lightning strikes that could easily kill even a divine grandmaster. However, it merely tickled him, who had attained the golden immortal physique. Yet, he didn't continue to the 2nd level and sat down to cultivate in the 1st level. Unlike the poisonous swamp, where I had some poison immunity since the beginning, I don't have any resistance to lightning, so I must build it up from scratch, he thought inwardly. Join privilege for VIP chaps. Chapter 1667 Sky-Splitting Dragon's Tribulation. Chapter 1667 Sky-Splitting Dragon's Tribulation. An entire day had passed since Yuan began his training at the Sky-Splitting Dragon's Tribulation, yet he had still not managed to develop any resistance to lightning. Lightning resistance was not only one of the most sought-after immunities but also one of the most difficult to train. Among all the immunities, the heavenly physique was one of the rarest, even though it had the greatest number of pursuers. Seeing that he was only progressing slightly, Yuan was tempted to enter the second level directly. After some contemplation, Yuan moved to the border between the first and second levels. In the second level, the lightning strikes crackled with a vivid purple hue, a stark contrast to the blue lightning of the first level. A few moments later, Yuan entered the second level with just one of his arm to test the waters. Dong! As if his arm had become a lightning rod, the purple lightning strikes that had been raining down aimlessly suddenly converged, targeting him with unerring precision. Whoa! Yuan cried out loud when the lightning strikes completely obliterated his arm in the blink of an eye, and he hastily took several steps back afterward. The difficulty between each level is no joke. He swallowed nervously. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do but continue training in the first level until he gained some resistance to lightning. Is he bold or reckless? I have never seen anyone try to advance to the next level so quickly. The onlookers laughed after witnessing Yuan's blunder. He was probably influenced by his success in my playground and underestimated this place. The baneful dragon smiled. Fortunately, he was smart enough to only stick an arm in there, or that would have been the end of him. Unbeknownst to Yuan, the lightning strikes in the second level were several times more powerful than the heavenly tribulation foe Wuxia had faced and nearly lost her life to. A few days later, Yuan finally acquired some lightning resistance. After gaining weak lightning resistance, Yuan immediately attempted to enter the second level once more. Yet, nothing had changed, his arm was still instantly obliterated by the purple lightning. However, not all hope was lost, as he was able to strengthen his lightning resistance this time, while his previous attempt did not give him any experience. Thus, Yuan began cultivating with only half of his body exposed to the second level, straddling the border and experiencing the effects of both levels simultaneously. This way, he could push his limits while still maintaining some degree of safety. What the hell am I looking at? The onlookers were in disbelief after seeing Yuan's ridiculous training method that took advantage of his insane regenerative ability. Does that really work? Only if you have his speed of recovery. Meanwhile, Long Yejuan was laughing. Ha ha ha. What a brutal yet efficient method of training. Only someone like him could possibly do something like this. He did that with the poison at my playground, too. The baneful dragon shook his head with a defeated smile. Word of Yuan's training at the Sky-Splitting Dragon's Tribulation spread like wildfire, drawing an increasing number of onlookers. Some were captivated by the rumors of the fourth dragon god's descendant, eager to glimpse his identity, while others came to witness his potential firsthand. 2 weeks later, Yuan advanced his lightning resistance to the next level. After attaining powerful lightning resistance, the purple lightning in the second level no longer obliterated his arm. Instead, it merely tickled him, while the lightning from the first level had become so weak he could no longer feel it at all. Seeing this, Yuan confidently strolled into the second level. However, he didn't stop and continued moving until he was right before the third level. Then, just like before, he tested the water with his arm. Boom! The red lightning strikes in the third level instantly obliterated his arm, and his lightning resistance didn't increase even slightly. Meanwhile, the purple lightning no longer increased his resistance moderately. Now, it only increased his resistance slightly. After seeing the results, Yuan no longer bothered with the third level and focused on cultivating in the second level. My god, he's managed to progress from the first level to the second level in just 3 weeks. What monstrous speed! The onlookers exclaimed with shock. Even the unrivaled Tyrant took several years. Does this mean the fourth dragon's god descendant is potentially even more talented than the unrivaled Tyrant? No, this just means he's more talented than her in this one aspect. The unrivaled Tyrant has conquered most of the training grounds in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, after all. Also, it is still too early to say anything. Even if his progress is faster than others, that won't mean anything if he reaches his limit too quickly. A month later. After advancing his resistance, Yuan repeated what he had done at the first level and cultivated in the third level with only half of his body. During this time, news of Yuan's intense training session continued to spread across the territory, drawing in a steady stream of new onlookers. Curiosity and excitement filled the air as more people gathered, eager to witness his remarkable progress. "Elder brother, I knew you'd be here." Long Meihui approached Long Yejuan after noticing him at the training ground. "Oh, you're also here, Baneful Dragon." "It's been a while, Princess Meihui." The Baneful Dragon greeted her with a handsome smile. "How long have you been watching?" Long Yejuan asked her. "I just arrived," she said, turning to gaze at Yuan with a look of awe in her eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc." Chapter 1668 Courting Death. Chapter 1668 Courting Death. How long has he been training here? Long Meihui asked. "It'll be 2 months tomorrow." Long Yejuan said. "Did he start from level 2? "No, he started from level 1. "What? He went from level 1 to level 3 in 2 months? That's impossible." Long Meihui exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. The Baneful Dragon smiled and said, "Then you'll definitely not believe this, but he came here right after conquering my poisonous swamp in just a month." "What?" Long Meihui snapped her head to look at the Baneful Dragon with eyes as wide as saucers. "That's literally impossible. Even Elder Sister hasn't conquered the poisonous swamp. And you're telling me he's managed to do just that in a month?" Long Yejuan chuckled at her reaction. "It's true. I was there from the beginning." "That's..." Long Meihui fell silent with a dazed expression on her face. In the blink of an eye, 2 more months passed. After advancing his lightning resistance, Yuan entered the 3rd level with his entire body and walked straight to the border of level 3 and level 4. However, when he tried sticking an arm in level 4, Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see his lightning resistance increase, and his arm hadn't been obliterated, only burnt. Of course, it was unfathomably painful. Even though it was only his arm getting struck, he felt the pain throughout his entire body. No pain, no gain. After mentally preparing himself, Yuan walked into the 4th level, shocking the onlookers. He's going straight into level 4 this time. How bold. No matter how many times I see it, his regenerative ability still shocks me. Is he an undying dragon? Most likely. Time continued to swiftly pass, and another 3 months have passed. By now, Yuan has spent 7 months in the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation. If the cultivators in the 9 heavens knew that he'd managed to start creating his heavenly physique in such little time, not even the heavens could predict their reaction. Even the most talented cultivators required centuries, if not millenniums, of rigorous training to attain the incomplete heavenly physique, but Yuan had managed to achieve it in a little over half a year. However, the incomplete heavenly physique was just the beginning, as he still had to advance it a few more times to achieve the completed heavenly physique. Progress, 25%, Yuan went to stick an arm into the 5th level shortly after. When he confirmed that he was able to survive the lightning strikes, he entered the 5th level with his entire body. Level 5 in 7 months. I don't think anyone is going to beat this record. The onlookers could feel their bodies trembling in excitement. If he continues at this pace, he'll reach level 9 before the Dragon God Festival. However, to the onlookers' shock, Yuan increased his pace, and just a month later, he began walking toward the 6th level. Progress, 50%. When he entered the 6th level and was bombarded with silver-colored lightning strikes, Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find out that he was enduring the lightning strikes with relative ease. Thus, he made a bold move and went into the 7th level after testing the waters with an arm. He's already at level 7? The 7th level unleashed torrents of black-colored lightning strikes, each bolt as thick as a tree trunk, crashing down with immense power and fury. Although he was able to endure the 7th level, each lightning strike was powerful enough to almost completely erase his existence. Ding. Courting Death. Description. the holder of this title has faced the brink of death countless times. All sources of healing will be 1000% more effective. After receiving his new title, Yuan's regeneration became even more powerful. Is it just me, or is he regenerating even faster now? You noticed it, too? The onlookers did not miss this detail. By now, the entire sky-splitting dragon's tribulation was filled to the brim with onlookers, all of them watching with anticipation for the moment Yuan conquers the training ground. In fact, even the sky-splitting dragon himself was present to witness history being made. Took you long enough to show up, Lightning Dragon Monarch. Long Yejuan said as he looked at the handsome, bulky man approaching their group. I had to confirm the rumors, that someone had reached the 7th level from the 1st level in under a year. Is it true? It is very much true. Long Meihui said. The sky-splitting dragon looked around and asked, where's the unrivaled Tyrant? I thought she'd be here as well. I haven't seen her since she entered the void vortex 2 million years ago. Long Yejuan said. But she should be returning soon for the Dragon God Festival. Long Meihui continued. The baneful dragon shuddered at the thought and sighed, if only she never returned. Time continued to pass, and it has been 10 months since Yuan entered the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation. Ding! Yuan had finally acquired the heavenly physique after 10 gruesome months of training. However, even after acquiring the highly coveted heavenly physique, his progress only went up to 90%. Progress, 90%, I guess there's one more stage beyond the heavenly physique. With that thought in mind, Yuan began approaching the 8th level, where golden-colored lightning strikes poured heavier than rain in a storm. He's heading for level 8. The onlookers swallowed nervously as they watched Yuan step into the 8th level after making sure he could endure it. Chapter 1669 Heavenly Physique. Chapter 1669 Heavenly Physique. After reaching the 8th level, Yuan didn't pause and continued toward the 9th level. However, just as he was about to extend his arm into the 9th level, he suddenly stopped. His instincts had kicked in, warning him that he wouldn't escape with just a destroyed arm if he underestimated the 9th level. Let's ignore the 9th level for now. Yuan took several steps back and sat down to cultivate in the 8th level. I guess he's not just bold and reckless. Long Yejuan laughed out loud after seeing Yuan's actions. He has good instincts. The sky-splitting dragon smiled. You guys want to play a game? Let's bet on how long hell take to reach the 9th level and conquer the training ground. The baneful dragon suddenly suggested. I'll start with 5 months. Sounds fun. I'll bet a year. The sky-splitting dragon confidently said. Then I'll go with 6 months. Long Meihui said. Long Yejuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I'll bet hell conquer this place within 3 months. What are we betting, anyway? Yingzi asked. Good question. How about something we consider valuable? Even if it's only slightly. Sure. Then I'll bet 100 meat skewers hell finish in a month, Yingzi said. Meat skewers? What are those? They looked at her with raised eyebrows. The only person who knew what the meat skewers were, aside from Yingzi, was Long Meihui, who had experienced their deliciousness before. It's food, she calmly said. Food? How's that valuable? The baneful dragon asked. Long Meihui responded in Yingzi's stead, I can vouch for their value. They're unlike anything you've ever seen or tasted before. I can still clearly taste them even though it's been a year since I had them. Now I'm interested. Long Yejuan said with an intrigued smile. But I thought they belonged to Brother Yuan. Long Meihui then inquired while looking at Yingzi. They do, but some of them belong to me, she said. I see. A month and 20 days later. Progress, 100%, finally. Yuan stood up and immediately began walking towards the 9th level. This time, his instincts told him that he had no problem withstanding the rainbow-colored lightning strikes in the 9th level. No way, is he already ready to conquer the training ground? The sky-splitting dragon exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing Yuan's actions. Slightly under 2 months. If he manages to conquer this place, it'll be the Shadow Dwellers win since she has the closest guess. Long Yejuan said. After taking a deep breath, Yuan stepped into the 9th level. As the lightning strikes rained down on him, they rapidly changed colors, giving an odd scenery. Heaven's Final Judgment, rank, Celestial, description, the pinnacle of lightning mastery, a level no human has ever attained. A single strike shall split the heavens and obliterate stars. He's done it. The 4th dragon god's descendant has actually managed to conquer the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation in less than a year. The onlookers cheered loudly after witnessing history being made, causing the place to tremble. Unbelievable. Long Meihui muttered in a dazed voice. Here. The baneful dragon handed a treasure he deemed valuable to Yingzi after losing the bet. The sky-splitting dragon and the others followed. Thank you. Yingzi tossed the treasures into her shadow without even inspecting them. Sometime later, Yuan reunited with Long Yejuan and the others. Congratulations, brother Yuan. I can't believe you actually conquered this training ground in just a year. Long Meihui congratulated him. Huh. However, Yuan did not react in the manner they expected. How long have I been training? He asked in a shaky voice, his face pale with a look of terror as he sought confirmation. Well, it hasn't been a full year, but it's close. The baneful dragon said. 11 months and 20 days, to be exact. Long Yejuan confirmed. Fuck. I had been training for that long? Yuan cried out in surprise, suddenly realizing that he had completely lost track of time. I'll be right back. Without explaining further, Yuan suddenly disappeared into thin air, dumbfounding everyone there. What the? Where did he go? The sky-splitting dragon muttered with a dazed expression. I don't know, but he'll be back soon, Yingzi said. Meanwhile, in the 9 heavens, she merely approached Meishio and asked with a worried face, still no news from Yuan? Meishio shook her head in a dispirited manner. It's been a whole year since he stopped all communication. What if something happened to him? She merely sighed out loud. Yuan had been so absorbed in his training that had forgotten to log off, missing his monthly update to the others for an entire year. Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine, Meishio reassured Shimeli. The last time we spoke a year ago, he mentioned that he would stay in the Primal Expanse for at least another 2 years to revive Feng Feng. He's probably just lost track of time while training. This isn't the first time it's happened, though it is definitely one of his longest absences. I really hope that's the case. At that very moment, Chu Liuxiang appeared before them like a ghost, a wide smile spreading across her face as she announced, Yuan's back. What? Really? Shimeli's eyes flickered with excitement and relief after receiving this news. Yes, she reassured. What happened to him? Meishio inquired. Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said, he said he was training and lost track of time. He also wanted to say he's sorry for making us worry. As long as he's safe. Shimeli said. Chu Liuxiang continued, anyway, he returned to Cultivation online immediately after telling me that. However, he said he'll return as soon as possible to update us once he's done with his business in the Primal Expanse. Chapter 1670 Something Fun. Chapter 1670 Something Fun, where did you go just now? Long Yejuan asked Yuan after he returned to the Primal Expanse a few minutes later. That's a secret, Yuan said with a smile. It was common for powerful beings in the Primal Expanse to disappear and appear suddenly, so the others weren't too baffled by Yuan's sudden disappearance. Of course, they were curious, but seeing how Yuan didn't want to talk about it, they didn't question it. Are you going to the next training ground now? The baneful dragon suddenly inquired. Yuan shook his head and said, I am going to take a short break. Is there any place where I can have some privacy for a few days? You can stay at my abode. Long Yejuan said. Thanks. Yuan nodded. Wait. Before you go, can I shamelessly ask for a few more of those skewers? Long Meihui suddenly said. Yuan smiled, sure. He retrieved 10 meat skewers and handed them to her the next moment. Long Yejuan and the others stared at meat skewers as they were being handed to her, their eyes wide with surprise. What a unique aroma. Do you think I can get some, too? Long Yejuan asked with a watery mouth. Of course. After giving a handful of skewers to Long Yejuan, Yuan turned to look at the others and asked, do you also want some? Please. The Baneful dragon and the sky-splitting dragon eagerly nodded. Thanks. By the way, I am the creator of this place, the sky-splitting dragon. The sky-splitting dragon introduced himself after receiving the skewers. Oh, it's nice to meet you. This is a great training ground. Yuan said. You have no idea how much it hurts my pride when you conquer it so quickly. Let us know when you head to the next training ground. I want to be there when you conquer another one. Long Meihui said a moment later. Sure. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Long Yejuan shattered a teleport stone, teleporting Yuan and Yingzi to his living quarters. You can go without me. I received the notification that your crafting room was prepared a month ago. I'll go verify it myself first. Don't worry, there's no rush. You can take your time. Long Yejuan said to them. Thanks for everything so far. No, thank you for entertaining me. Long Yejuan laughed before disappearing. Once they were inside Long Yejuan's home, Yuan handed Yingzi the rest of her meat skewers and said, I'll be gone for about a week or two. Okay. Yuan logged off shortly after. When he returned to his real body, Chu Liuxiang and Meishio were already awake and waiting for him. Welcome back, Meishio said. I'm so sorry. Yuan wasted no time lowering his head and apologizing to her. I was caught up in training and lost track of the time. I know. Lulu already told me. Still, I wanted to apologize to you myself. It's fine. Honestly, it didn't feel that long. I guess the higher our cultivation, the more we're prone to losing track of time. Meishio chuckled. Right? I have also been a victim of this. Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan then inquired about the Lord. Anyway, how's the Lord doing? I haven't replenished his energy in a year, after all. He's doing fine for now. I visited him last week. Chu Liuxiang said. That's good. I'll go replenish his energy right now. Yuan left from their balcony and flew straight to the peak of the mountain. The Lord emerged from his cave after sensing Yuan's presence approaching his place. It's been a while. Sorry, I lost track of time during my training. I hope you're doing okay. I have endured many centuries without any help. A single year won't kill me. The Lord laughed out loud. Still. Anyway, I'll call Jiran now. Yuan summoned the Starry Abyss shortly after. However, after being summoned, Jiran said, sorry, but I barely recovered any spiritual energy because the Primal Expanse lacks spiritual energy, so I won't be able to help. Now that you mention it. Yuan rubbed his eyes after realizing this blunder. I'm sorry, but you'll have to use my spiritual energy until I leave the Primal Expanse, he then said. I don't mind waiting until you leave the Primal Expanse. After all, even if you give me all your spiritual energy, it will only give me relief for a brief moment. The Lord said. He continued, moreover, the amount of spiritual energy I have received so far is enough to last another decade. All right. Then, I will return once I leave the Primal Expanse. It shouldn't take too long. Probably another year or two at most. Yuan returned to his living quarters afterward. How's training with the Eternal Lotuses lately? It must have been rough without my spiritual bath. Yuan asked. Yes, it was definitely rough on the trainees at first since they suddenly stopped recovering overnight, but they've adapted. Moreover, every single member of their faction is training with us now. Meishio said. That's good to hear. The Eternal Lotuses have also advanced their rank back to the top 10. Chu Liuxiang then said. What about us? Have you guys participated in any faction wars since the last one? Unfortunately, they're still afraid to challenge us. And since we've been inactive for a whole year, we're back to being unranked. Chu Liuxiang sighed. The ranking doesn't have any meaning to us, anyway. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. He then asked, any news on the government or the 10 great families? Well, we know they're watching us from outside the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but that's about it, Meishio said. That's good. By the way, when are you going to return to Cultivation Online? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. I intend to stay here for a week or two before I return. Do you have something to do on Earth? He shook his head and said, no, I just want to spend some time with you guys since I've been away for a whole year. Then do you want to go out and have some fun? It's been a while since we've done anything fun together. Chu Liuxiang suggested. Yuan nodded, let's do that. Chapter 1671 Ready or Not? Chapter 1671 Ready or Not, do you have any suggestions? Chu Liuxiang asked. Yuan pondered for a good moment before responding. There is this place that I have always wanted to go to as a child but never got the chance to for obvious reasons. 9 Flags Amusement Park. An amusement park, huh? I have also never been to one before. Let's go. Chu Liuxiang immediately agreed, even appearing quite excited about it. What about the others? Meishio asked. We can invite everyone. I'll let you know later. Yuan said. Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang logged into to invite the Demon's Ceiling faction. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishio went to visit the Eternal Lotuses. Brother. You're finally back. Yuro was nearly brought to tears after seeing Yuan's face for the first time in over a year. Sorry. Yuan apologized and explained the situation to her. I thought we would see each other more often after becoming your neighbor, how wrong I was. She sighed. Yuan smiled and said, this is the nature of the cultivation world. Anyway, you've grown taller and even more pretty since I last saw you. Trying to change the subject? Well, I'll forgive you this time. Yuro showed a bashful smile after hearing his praises. Then, changing the subject again, I'm here to give you an invitation. We've decided to visit the 9 Flags amusement park. Want to tag along? I want to go. Yuro responded immediately and without any hesitation. She continued, oh, but can I invite Sister Jingyi and Sister Lianhua? Of course. Great. I'll go let her know now. While Yuro went to speak with Xia Jingyi, Yuan visited Bai Lianhua. Who is it? Bai Lianhua stopped her paperwork after hearing her door being knocked on. It's me, Yuan. Yuan? Surprised by his voice, Bai Lianhua swiftly stood up and rushed to open the door. It's really you. Are you okay? Yuan nodded and explained the situation. Thank God it's only that. I was worried that something bad might happen to you. I'm glad that wasn't the case. Bai Lianhua sighed in relief after learning of the truth. Sorry for making you worry. It's fine. Anyway, did you need something from me? Yes, I'd like to invite you to the amusement park. Amusement park? Bai Lianhua took a step back with a bewildered expression on her face. Is he asking me out on a date? She cried inwardly as her heart began racing like a sports car. If you're too busy, I understand, Yuan said as his gaze shifted to the piles of paperwork on her desk. I'll come. Bai Lianhua hastily responded. I need a breath of fresh air once in a while. Great. I'll let you know once I receive the others' answers. Huh? The others? Bai Lianhua wore a dumbfounded look on her face. Yes, I also invited the rest of the Demon's Ceiling faction. Yuro and her friend will be coming, as well. Is that so? I cannot wait. Bai Lianhua's face flushed with redness after she realized her blunder. Why did I think we'd be alone? She cried inwardly. Later that day, Yuan confirmed that everyone would be going to the amusement park. When do you want to go? I'll schedule it for everyone. Mei Feng asked him during dinner. Since this is quite sudden, how does the day after tomorrow sound? Yuan asked the others, as everyone invited was present at the dining table. Once everyone agreed to go in 2 days, Mei Feng went to schedule the event. An amusement park, huh? The closest thing we have to one at the Jaded Garden would be the playgrounds. Wang Ming mused. I cannot wait. Wang Bingbing said. After dinner, Li Jinxi approached Yuan to make an appointment. Let's have a spar tomorrow morning. I want to see how much stronger you've gotten in a year. Sure. I'll meet you at the training ground tomorrow. That night, Yuan went to the spare room with Mei Xiu, and the two of them embraced each other for the entire night. How's your training with Kellen? Yuan asked as they took a bath together. Even though we've trained with him for a year, his training sessions don't get any easier. No matter how much we improve, he always has something even more difficult prepared for us. Because of that, we're unable to relax. However, as a result, we improve consistently at a tremendous rate. What about you? What kind of training made you lose track of time? Yuan gave her a detailed description of the training grounds in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary and the training had done so far. Your training is at an entirely different level, but why am I not surprised? Meanwhile, we're still learning our basics and strengthening our foundations. Mei Xiu sighed. The basics are just as important as whatever I am doing. Remember, I have experience from my past lives, so it's only natural for me to be significantly ahead. My starting line is different from everyone else, so there's no need to compare yourself to me. I know, but it's human nature to compare ourselves with others. After coming out of the bathroom, Yuan headed straight to the training ground, where Li Jinxi stood, the Golden Empress already firmly in her grasp. Although it had been a year since they last sparred, and it was natural for people to change in that much time, Yuan could sense that there was something fundamentally different about the Li Jinxi standing before him now. Did something happen? Yuan inquired with a curious gaze. Why would you ask me that? Li Jinxi asked. Just felt like it, I guess. I'll tell you if you can beat me. Yuan smiled and said, you should only utter such words if you've never lost to your opponent before. Well, I haven't lost to the current you yet, Li Jinxi said in a weird tone. What? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Li Jinxi couldn't wait any longer and got into her fighting position. That stance. Yuan's eyes widened. Ready or not, here I come, Yuan. Or should I call you Tian Xian? A wide smile spread across Li Jinxi's face as she flew at Yuan, who looked stunned and was completely caught off guard by the way she addressed him. Jin Shi, he exclaimed. Chapter 1672 Amusement Park. Chapter 1672 Amusement Park. Yuan hastily retrieved his abyssal dagger to block Li Jinxi's attack. So you finally remembered your past life? Yuan inquired as they clashed. I won't say anything until you beat me. Li Jinxi repeated. But you've already said a lot. Yuan smiled. However, instead of going all out to defeat her quickly, Yuan was curious to see how strong Li Jinxi had become after a year of training with Kellen and regaining Jin's memories. Their clashes were so intense that, if not for the formation surrounding the training ground, each strike would have caused the entire mountain to tremble violently. I know this is not all you've got. Li Jinxi said to him a few minutes later when neither of them were gaining an advantage. I can say the same to you. You seem weaker compared to our last spar a year ago. Yuan smiled. Humph. If I truly went all out, this mountain would perish in the blink of an eye. Only the mountain? This world would perish if I went all out. Yuan shrugged. You will be returning to the 9 heavens soon, right? Let's postpone our match until then. We can only go all out in the 9 heavens, anyway, she suggested. I can't give an exact date of my return, but it won't be too long. I also agree that we won't be able to fight seriously unless it's within the 9 heavens, so I don't mind postponing our match until I return. After a slight pause, Yuan continued with a provocative smile, It'll give you more time to mentally prepare for your inevitable defeat too. Then it's settled. Yingzi said as she stowed away her weapon. Are you really not going to say anything until then? Yuan then asked. That's what I said, no? Without saying anything else, Yingzi left the training ground, leaving Yuan standing there with a dumbfounded face. After leaving, Yingzi returned to her room and stood before a mirror with a perplexed expression on her face. So it's real. She muttered in a dazed voice. Early in the morning the following day, everyone from the Demon Ceiling faction and 3 individuals from Eternal Lotuses gathered at the gates of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, where a long limousine picked them up and drove them to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain's private airport. It's Yuan and the rest of the Demon Ceiling faction. They're finally leaving the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. The people hired by the government to watch over the Dragon's Spiral Mountain were shocked to see Yuan and the others leave the mountain, and they quickly notified their superiors. When did you buy a private jet? Yuan asked Mei Feng when they arrived at the airport to see a luxurious private jet with the name of their faction printed on its body. A few months ago, she said. We have plenty of money, so you don't have to worry about our finances. I am not worried at all. I was just curious. Yuan said with a smile. Even if they were completely out of money, he could easily sell some treasures and gain a fortune. With the amount of treasures in his possession, as well as what he could acquire, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Demon Ceiling faction was one of the wealthiest in the entire world. Once they boarded the jet, Mei Feng drove it herself. The flight was only an hour long. When they landed, the group entered another transport vehicle that brought them directly to the amusement park. Huh? Why is it so empty? Is the amusement park closed? Yuro muttered out loud after seeing the empty parking lot. Yuan used his divine sense to peer inside the amusement park and spotted several workers going about their tasks. However, not a single customer was present within the park's grounds. Mei Feng then spoke, "Oh, that's because I reserved the whole amusement park for today, so we're the only ones here." Seriously? Yuro stared at her with wide eyes. The experience will be different if we're alone. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Mei Feng shrugged and explained herself, "In case you forgot, you're all celebrities. If I hadn't done this, we would have been swarmed by people." Yuan then said, "Although the experience will be different than what I had anticipated, I understand why it was done. I don't really mind it either. Also, this means we don't need to wait in line for the rides. I actually prefer that we're alone since we don't need to deal with anyone," Wang Bingbing said. Sometime later, they entered the amusement park. "What should we do first?" Yuro asked. "We have plenty of time to try everything, so why don't we explore the park clockwise?" Yuan suggested. Sounds like a plan. Thus, the group began exploring the park, experiencing every attraction one at a time. However, several attractions later, Wang Ming sighed out loud, "This is more boring than I'd anticipated. Is it because this park was built for mortals? I don't feel any excitement from the roller coasters." As cultivators, their senses had been significantly enhanced, and things like roller coasters felt like they were moving at a snail's pace. As for the height, it wasn't even worth mentioning. It's a little disappointing, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, this place wasn't made for cultivators. Yuan said. They continued to explore the amusement park until they experienced all of the attractions. Wow, that turned out to be a chore. Shi Lang laughed out loud as they left the amusement park. Although there wasn't any blood-pumping and heart-stopping excitement, I still had fun. It's like a walk in the park, one that is more elaborate, I guess. Yuro said. I agree. It wasn't that bad. Chu Liuxiang said. After leaving the amusement park, they returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain to have a feast. Since Mai Feng's cooking was better than most restaurants out there, they decided to save a trip and dine at home. Brother, do you have anything else planned? Yuro asked Yuan as they feasted. Yuan shook his head and said, Not really, but if there's anything you want to do, don't hesitate to let me know. Okay. Let me think about it, she nodded. Chapter 1673 Returning to the Primal Expanse. Chapter 1673. Returning to the Primal Expanse at the end of the feast, Yuan said, "Brother, if you don't have anything to do, why don't you give us a concert? It's been a while since I have listened to your music." Yuan nodded, "Sure. How does tomorrow noon sound? I can do it in our training ground." "Then it's decided. I'll let the rest of my faction know, so make sure you have enough seats," she eagerly said. "Okay." Later that night, Yuan cuddled with Meishio. Had cuddled with Chu Liuxiang yesterday after his short spar with Li Jinxi ended, and the two of them didn't leave the room until the very next day, until it was time for them to head to the amusement park. The following day, after embracing Meishio for an entire night and morning, Yuan held a private concert in his training ground with the Demon's Sealing faction and Eternal Lotuses as his audience. During the concert, Yuan played all sorts of instruments, from the zither to the piano to obscure instruments most of them had never seen before. Meanwhile, government agencies around the world were in the midst of a meeting. The subject of the matter was, of course, about Yuan. Yesterday at 0600, Yuan and the entire Demon's Sealing faction left the Dragon Spiral Mountain for the first time in over a year. His sister, Yuan, her close friend, Xia Jingyi, and the leader of the Eternal Lotuses, Bai Lianhua, was also with them. They flew from the Dragon Spiral Mountain's private airport to Jade City's airport, and from there, they went to the Nine Flags amusement park. The Demon's Sealing faction's manager, Mei Feng, who used to work for the Yu family, had reserved the entire amusement park for the whole day. They spent 6 hours and 32 minutes in the amusement park and returned straight to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Every detail of the Demon's Sealing faction's movement was reported to the people in the meeting. He went radio silent and holed up inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain for over a year, then came out just to visit the amusement park. "What do you guys think of this? Bastard doesn't even put us in his eyes. How dare he have fun at an amusement park after threatening us? He's acting like we don't even exist. Honestly, I'd rather he ignore us than pay attention to us. That's what a coward would say. How can you let a single man who just reached adulthood scare you with some threat? You say that, but I know you're also scared of him. This man has the power to destroy the world. We should ensure he doesn't see us as a threat rather than make an enemy out of him. Let's change the topic for a moment. Did we manage to find anyone close to him who's willing to spy on him for us? We're still working on it, but we're making progress. We're currently in contact with several members of Eternal Lotuses trying to make a deal. Increase the rewards if they're still hesitant, enough to blow their hesitancy away in an instant." In the end, they decided to continue monitoring Yuan from a distance, at least until they found a way to deal with him. Meanwhile, Yuan ended the concert after 4 hours. Then, for the rest of the day, Yuan sparred with the members of Eternal Lotuses to see their growth. "Since it's been a while, let's end today with a spiritual water bath," Yuan said, and the members cheered with excitement. After the bath, everyone returned home. For the next week, Yuan devoted all his time to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, making up for the past year he had been away, with most of that time spent making love. "I'll be returning to the Primal Expanse today," Yuan announced after spending 13 days on Earth. "Try not to disappear on us for too long again, okay?" Chu Liuxiang teased. Yuan nodded with a bittersweet smile. After saying his goodbyes, Yuan returned to the Primal Expanse. "Welcome back." Yingzi was there to greet him upon his return, and all of the skewers she had before he left were gone. "Did Long Yejuan come by while I was gone?" he asked her. "Yes, he came by 2 days ago and left this behind." Yingzi handed him a teleport stone before continuing to speak. "He said everything's been prepared, and you can use this teleport stone whenever you're ready." "All right." After leaving Long Yejuan's home and returning to the Divine Dragon's Sanctuary, Yuan shattered the teleport stone and entered the rift with Yingzi. When he emerged from the rift, Yuan found himself on a remote island that had an active volcano that was larger than any mountain had seen before. "Where is this?" Yuan muttered out loud, as this place wasn't part of the Divine Dragon's Sanctuary. Suddenly, a powerful presence filled the entire island. "Are you the one Prince Yejuan said will be coming?" A stern voice rippled. "Yes, I am Yuan." A half-naked, tall, bulky man with a bald head appeared before them a moment later. Let's make this clear. I only agreed to lend you my precious workshop because I owe Prince Yejun a favor. I don't care if you're the fourth dragon god's descendant. If you make a mess of my workshop, I will kill you. Yuan nodded with a confident smile and said, Don't worry, it'll be out of your hair, your sight before you even know it. By the way, is Long Yejun not here? No, but he said he'll be back soon. Do you mind if I wait until he returns? I don't care, but I only agreed to lend you my workshop for 10 years, not even a second more. Oh, one more thing. The timer started when I notified you a month ago. Yuan silently nodded. It's been a while since I created something, so I will be a little rusty, but it shouldn't take more than a few months to finish my treasures. He thought to himself. Chapter 1674 Metal Dragon Monarch. Chapter 1674 Metal Dragon Monarch, can you show me the workshop for now? Yuan asked the bald man. By the way, how should I address you? The man lifted his head in a prideful manner and introduced himself. I am the Metal Dragon Monarch, refined Obsidian Dragon. I am also one of the few beings in the Primal Expanse capable of creating treasures. As a matter of fact, nobody dares to claim they are number one as long as I am still alive. Creating treasures was unheard of in the Primal Expanse until a human skilled in treasure crafting appeared hundreds of millions of years ago. Since then, they have acquired the ability and knowledge to craft treasures. However, despite its potential, crafting treasures remained a niche practice in the Primal Expanse, as the knowledge and techniques were originally designed solely for humans. While some, like the refined Obsidian Dragon, have refined and further developed their techniques to new heights that allowed them to craft treasures for primals and predators, most lacked the talent to achieve such mastery and remained mediocre in their abilities. The lack of treasures for primals and predators also contributed to why the beings of this world preferred using human appearances, as that allowed them to wield treasures. That said, only the truly powerful are capable of acquiring treasures, which is why only the top beings in the Primal Expanse take the form of humans. Sometime later, the refined Obsidian Dragon led Yuan to a massive cave located at the base of the volcano. The workshop was so massive that Yuan couldn't help but think it had been built for giants. He glanced at the refined Obsidian Dragon, whose human form was also significantly larger than normal, resembling that of a miniature giant. All sorts of tools hung on the wall, but the most eye-catching was the elegant black hammer that hung prominently above the furnace, its surface gleaming with a mysterious aura. Yingzi also looked around with interest. This was her first time being in this kind of environment, and it piqued her interest. The refined Obsidian Dragon took a seat near the entrance, his gaze fixed on Yuan and Yingzi. It was as if he were a vigilant guard, ensuring they wouldn't cause any trouble in his workshop. Yuan also sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. 2 days later, Yuan opened his eyes when he sensed a familiar presence appearing on the remote island. Long Yejun showed up at the workshop shortly after. Were you waiting for me? He asked Yuan. Yes. I figured you wanted to watch. I sure do. Also, this is for you. Long Yejun retrieved a fist-sized crystal that crackled with electric energy, tiny arcs of lightning dancing across its surface. What is this? Yuan asked. The sky-splitting dragon wanted me to give you this as your reward for conquering his training ground in record time. Yuan accepted the crystal and inspected it with interest. That is. The refined Obsidian Dragon's eyes widened with shock after seeing the crystal. He hastily rushed over to get a closer view of it. What a wonderful material. I could craft something even better than my previous masterpiece if I had this. He glanced at Yuan and frowned. I doubt you have the ability to handle this material yourself. Even if you can somehow handle it, you'll definitely waste its potential. Instead of wasting such a precious material, you should give it to me. In fact, I am probably the only one in this world who is qualified enough to use it. Refined Obsidian Dragon, even if Brother Yuan is willing to give you the material, the sky-splitting dragon won't approve of it since you didn't earn it. Long Yejun shook his head. Yuan smiled and said, Sorry, but I have no intention of giving it to you. You ignorant bastard. Do you even know what you're holding? Do you even know how to use it? The refined obsidian dragon exclaimed angrily. I have never seen this material before, but I will understand it once I spend some time with it. Also, who said that I wouldn't be able to use it properly? I certainly didn't say anything like that. Yuan shrugged. The refined obsidian dragon then spoke, you seem confident in your abilities. In that case, let's put you to the test. If you can craft something that satisfies me and prove you can handle this material, I'll no longer attempt to take it from you. However, he continued, his eyes narrowing, if you prove incapable of handling this type of material, you'll have to hand it over to me. No, I'll take it from you. Yuan frowned and said, I don't mind you wanting to test me, but why is there no benefit for me, regardless of the outcome? If I prove my abilities, nothing changes, but if I fail, you'll take my material. Does that sound fair to you? As the one suggesting this test, you should, at the very least, put something on the line. How else will you atone for belittling me? The refined obsidian dragon gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his irritation. Yet, he couldn't find any flaw in Yuan's logic. After all, even he had to admit that he was the aggressor in this situation. Very well. If you can prove yourself, I will give you the most valuable material in my possession as an apology. Yuan nodded with a smile, that's more like it. Give me a few hours to prepare the materials for your test. The refined obsidian dragon said before leaving the workshop. I'm sorry about this, Brother Yuan, Long Yejuan said, his tone apologetic. The refined obsidian dragon may come off as an asshole, but it's only because he's incredibly passionate about his craft. In fact, even if you were the dragon god himself, he would still try to take the material from you if he deemed you unqualified. Yuan shook his head and said, you don't need to tell me. I understand where he's coming from, nor do I blame him. Thank you. Long Yejuan smiled. Chapter 1675 Crafting His First Treasure. Chapter 1675 Crafting His First Treasure. The refined obsidian dragon returned to the workshop several hours later with a leather pouch filled with materials. He tossed the bag before Yuan and said, if you can craft a treasure while using half of the materials in there, they'll consider you worthy. Yuan grabbed the bag and poured all of the materials out. There were 21 materials in total, and he didn't recognize any of them. However, instead of panicking, Yuan smiled and muttered, interesting. This will be fun. He suddenly sat before the materials, grabbed one of them, and started inspecting it in silence. The refined obsidian dragon's eyebrows twitched at Yuan's actions, and he sneered inwardly, at least he isn't completely incompetent. After spending several hours examining every single material there in great detail, Yuan closed his eyes and began doing mental simulations. What's he doing? Long Yejuan asked the refined obsidian dragon. Despite being a blacksmith himself, he didn't understand Yuan's actions. The refined obsidian dragon narrowed his gaze at Yuan and pondered for a moment before responding, I believe he's doing mental stimulations. He's basically crafting the treasure inside his head right now. What? You can do something like that? I have never even heard of this until today. Long Yejuan couldn't fathom crafting treasures inside his mind. It's possible, but it's extremely difficult to achieve since you need to know the materials perfectly, and you also need to be incredibly knowledgeable and experienced in blacksmithing. The refined obsidian dragon clenched his fists in frustration as he spoke. Mental simulations? Ha ha ha. Even I cannot do mental simulations. There's no way he's doing it properly. This is just a waste of time. He mocked inwardly. A few hours later, Yuan stood up and said, okay, I am ready to craft the treasure. Do you have a hammer I can borrow? The refined obsidian dragon grabbed an old hammer and tossed it to him. Yuan looked at the worn hammer with a slight smile and said, It'll only make you look worse if I pass the test with this half-broken tool. Here, you can use mine. Long Yejuan retrieved his personal hammer and offered it to Yuan. However, he shook his head, refusing to accept it. Thanks, but I don't need it. He walked to the anvil and controlled the materials from afar with his chi manipulation, throwing all of them into the furnace. What the? Long Yijin's eyes widened at his bizarre actions. Ha ha ha. What the fuck is he doing? How can he throw all of the materials in her at once? The refined obsidian dragon burst out laughing. They were taught to deal with one material at a time, so Yuan's actions made him look like a complete fool who knew nothing about smithing. I can't believe I actually thought he was competent even for a second. He had me fooled in the beginning. Yuan completely ignored the refined obsidian dragon's loud mockery and focused on the materials inside the furnace. A few days later, Yuan retrieved a single piece of material from the furnace. This material had no impurities and was perfectly refined. When the refined obsidian dragon saw this, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What the fuck? That's impossible, he cried out loud. He actually managed to refine that many materials at once, even though each one needed to be handled differently and required a different refining time? Long Yejuan muttered in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the feat. The refined obsidian dragon felt an intense urge to rush over and inspect the refined material up close, but he held back. It wasn't out of respect for Yuan but rather because of an unspoken rule among blacksmiths to never interrupt one once they have begun their work. After inspecting the refined material and being satisfied with it, Yuan placed it on top of the black anvil before him and started hammering away with the damaged tool. The refined obsidian dragon felt his heart skip a beat with every strike Yuan delivered to the material, his ears captivated by the mythical sound that resonated each time the hammer made contact. What is this sound? How is he creating such a beautiful melody with that tool? Long Yejuan muttered, his eyes wide with awe. Even Yingzi, who knew nothing about smithing, could sense that something extraordinary was unfolding before her. She found herself completely absorbed by the performance, unable to look away. The refined material, his hammering techniques, the sound it produces, it's beyond even my understanding. The refined obsidian dragon fell to his knees as the crushing reality of the vast difference in skill between himself and Yuan set in. It was an unfathomable gap, leaving him overwhelmed and humbled. It turns out I was the ignorant one all along. Tears flowed from his eyes. After striking the anvil for several hours without pause, Yuan finally completed the treasure, which took the form of a sword. It radiated a powerful aura that would easily be graded as a P-quality Empyrean-grade treasure in the 9 heavens. Yuan walked to the refined obsidian dragon, who was still on his knees, and placed the treasure before him. "I'm done. Please examine it." "You're done. Already?" The refined obsidian dragon muttered in a dazed voice. "It's a bit slower than usual, but it can't be helped since I am still rusty, so thank you for giving me this chance to warm up." The refined obsidian dragon slowly reached for the sword before him, but he stopped himself centimeters away and withdrew his hand. "I don't deserve to touch it, let alone examine it. I am also not qualified to test you. I apologize for my ignorance and disrespectful behavior earlier. I hope you'll forgive me, Master Yuan." The refined obsidian dragon apologized in a sincere tone as he kowtowed respectfully before Yuan. Long Yejuan stared at the scene, his face filled with bewilderment. He could never have imagined witnessing the refined obsidian dragon behave in such a manner. He's showing brother Yuan more respect than he does to the dragon god. He sighed with a bittersweet smile. Chapter 1676 The Refined Obsidian Dragon Sincerity. Chapter 1676 The Refined Obsidian Dragon Sincerity. I don't mind forgiving you for your unruly behavior, but I will need you to prove your sincerity first, Yuan said to the refined obsidian dragon. "How can I show my sincerity?" "I will do anything," the refined obsidian dragon shouted. "Although I can make do with the materials I possess currently, it would be great if I had more. Do you understand what I mean?" Yuan spoke with a calm expression on his face. It took a second, but the refined obsidian dragon responded with great enthusiasm. "Of course, I understand. It would be an honor if Master Yuan used my materials for his creations. Please wait here while I gather my finest materials." The refined obsidian dragon rushed out of the workshop the very next moment. "Brother Yuan, how many more surprises are under your wings? Where in God's name did you learn how to craft treasures like that?" Long Yejuan asked him with shining eyes. "I am mostly self-taught," Yuan said with a calm smile. Self-taught? Surely, you are teasing me. Long Yejuan didn't believe him even for a second. I am serious. How long did it take for you to achieve that level of mastery? It must have taken billions of years. I am beginning to wonder if you're actually older than me. Long Yejuan continued to inquire. I am definitely nowhere as old as you, and it took me several thousand years to achieve my current level. Long Yejuan was speechless. It only took him several thousand years to achieve his level of mastery? My nap lasts longer than that, he exclaimed inwardly. However, after thinking about it, Yuan had managed to conquer the Baneful Dragon's poisonous swamp and the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation in a little over a year. If I see it in that manner, I guess a few thousand years is actually a very long time. By the way, Yuan suddenly grabbed the sword head just created off the ground and offered it to Long Yejuan. You can have this. What? Are you sure? Long Yejuan stared at him with wide eyes. He nodded. Take it. You've been extremely helpful to me without expecting anything in return, so consider this my way of thanking you. Long Yejuan nodded and accepted the sword. When he held the treasure in his grasp, and its aura seeped into his skin, his entire body trembled. What a masterpiece. The treasure I crafted is trash in comparison. Don't undersell your own creation. That earring is also a piece of art. Yuan smiled. I am only speaking the truth, brother Yuan. I don't know how to explain this, but I have never held a treasure like this before. Compared to the other treasures, there's just something fundamentally different about this treasure. Sometime later, the refined obsidian dragon returned to the workshop. This time, he brought back with him an even larger sack. Here you go, Master Yuan. You can use these materials as you please. The refined obsidian dragon poured the materials on the ground, forming a small mountain. Yuan's eyebrows twitched as he took in the sheer quantity of treasures laid out before him. In his past life, he had encountered all sorts of treasures, including some of the most valuable and powerful materials. Yet, every single material before him now was entirely unknown. If I brought these treasures back to the 9 heavens, they'd be priceless as one-of-kind treasures. Yuan thought to himself. However, the refined obsidian dragon was not finished and continued. Of course, I didn't forget about the other thing. He retrieved a black rock and offered it to Yuan. This is my most valuable material, the infinite obsidian. I found this rock floating in the infinite expanse 600 million years ago, and I have been trying to refine it since then. Unfortunately, I lack the skills and experience to refine it, much less turn it into a treasure. However, I believe you, Master Yuan, will be able to achieve what I could not. Yuan accepted the rock and inspected it with immense interest. His eyes flickered as he examined every little detail. What a mythical material. Although he didn't know what kind of treasure it was, Yuan could tell it was as valuable as the materials he used as the core of number 1 under heaven. No, this thing might be even more powerful. If I use this to enhance number 1 under heaven, who knows what will happen? Just the mere thought of enhancing his masterpiece sent chills through Yuan's entire being. He had always believed that number 1 under heaven was already a perfect treasure, beyond any further improvement. Yet, the appearance of this unknown material had turned his understanding on its head, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Unfortunately, my cultivation is lacking. I will need to improve my cultivation before I can even attempt to refine this material. Thank you. I will put this treasure to good use. You have also proved your sincerity, so I'll forgive you and let bygones be bygones, he said to the refined obsidian dragon after putting the infinite obsidian inside his spatial ring. Your words mean more than you can fathom, Master Yuan. He nodded and said, I am going to start crafting my treasure now. Hearing this, the refined obsidian dragon made a swift grasping motion toward the massive hammer hanging on the wall. As it flew through the air, the hammer began to shrink, transforming until it was small enough to be held comfortably, even by an ordinary human. Please use this hammer, Master Yuan. Yuan accepted the hammer and smiled. It's a nice hammer. Thank you very much. The refined obsidian dragon looked as if he was about to cry. This guy has gone crazy. Long Yejuan looked at the refined obsidian dragon while shaking his head inwardly. Master Yuan, do you mind if I watch you craft? I swear I won't disturb you. The refined obsidian dragon then asked with begging eyes. Yuan nodded, sure. Thank you very much. The refined obsidian dragon actually shed tears this time. Chapter 1677 Robes of Destruction. Chapter 1677 Robes of Destruction. Yuan sat before the mountain of materials and proceeded to inspect each one for several days. After completing his inspection a week later, Yuan closed his eyes and began doing simulations inside his head. Several more days later, he stood up, picked the needed materials from the pile, and tossed them directly into the furnace. It's finally time, the refined obsidian dragon exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming like a child about to enter his favorite ride in an amusement park after waiting in line for hours. While the materials were being refined, Yuan retrieved the Dragon of Destruction's skin and number 1 under heaven, using it to cut the tough skin. What is that treasure? The refined obsidian dragon's eyes popped out of their sockets after seeing number 1 under heaven. Long Yejuan swallowed nervously and mumbled in a dazed voice, no wonder why he didn't even bat an eyelid when giving me that sword. That's a true masterpiece. By the time Yuan finished cutting up the skin, the materials inside the furnace just finished their refinement. After retrieving the materials, he immediately began combining the Dragon of Destruction's skin and the refined materials. Clang! 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 Beautiful sounds filled the workshop. His movement and techniques are even better than before. The refined obsidian dragon's jaw dropped. So he wasn't joking when he said he was rusty. Long Yejuan swallowed nervously. It's too vast. The refined obsidian dragon suddenly mumbled in a dazed voice. What is? Long Yejuan asked. Our difference. I knew he was much better than me, but I could have never imagined it was to such an extent. I am no different than a baby in his eyes. Don't punch yourself down too much. You're still one of the best blacksmiths in the Primal Expanse. Long Yejuan sighed. Pay. Refined obsidian dragon suddenly spat on the ground. One of the best? Don't you ever say that to me again. I feel nothing but shame when I recall how prideful I was before Master Yuan opened my eyes. I was just a frog in a well, unaware of how truly vast the sky is. A few days later. True Divine Blacksmith. Description. All of your creations below celestial grade will always result in peak quality. Yuan looked at the result of his work with a satisfied smile. Robes of Destruction. Grade, celestial, quality, peak, description. A piece of art crafted by player Yuan. It exudes a menacing aura. When worn, the wearer will be able to use the technique Dragon of Destruction's ultimate chaos once every 72 hours. Increases the wearer's physical defense by 100,000%. Dragon of Destruction's scales will automatically activate when the wearer's life is threatened, negating all damage for 10 seconds, 30 days cooldown. This treasure is indestructible. Dragon of Destruction's ultimate chaos, description, absorbs a portion of all damage taken, which can then be released with up to 1000% increased power. Yuan immediately wore the Robes of Destruction, a black and red outer garment that appeared simple yet elegant. I am speechless, Master Yuan. I thought I couldn't respect you any more than I already was, but you've proven me wrong. The refined obsidian dragon fell to his knees and started kowtowing to Yuan. You're exaggerating. Yuan smiled. Please. Can this humble dragon take a closer look at the completed treasure? He begged. Sure. I will forever be in your debt. The refined obsidian dragon jumped to his feet and rushed over to inspect the Robes of Destruction. Does it have a name yet? He asked. Yuan nodded. Robes of Destruction. A powerful name, befitting of someone of your exalted stature. Refined obsidian dragon nodded. Yuan could have never expected the refined obsidian dragon to be so good at kissing ass. Are you going to make more treasures? Long Yejuan suddenly asked him. Yes, but not from scratch. I am going to upgrade an existing treasure next, he revealed. Upgrading an existing treasure? You can do something like that? Refined Obsidian Dragon exclaimed in shock. He always thought that once a treasure was completed, it could no longer be altered. I'll show you how it's done in a moment, Yuan said. Refined Obsidian Dragon nodded and swiftly backed away, returning to his original location. Yuan retrieved the Starry Abyss and the Baneful Crystal, the treasure had acquired at the center of Baneful Dragon's poisonous swamp. That dagger gives off a similar aura to his sword. The refined Obsidian Dragon noticed this detail and mused out loud, unaware they were both soul weapons, something that did not exist within the Primal Expanse due to a lack of usage of weapons. And that material, it gives me the shivers. What is it? That treasure belonged to the poison dragon Monarch, Baneful Dragon. Long Yejuan said. I see. But will he be okay handling such a poisonous material? While his smithing abilities are second to none, his cultivation, on the other hand. Oh, he'll be fine. He acquired it from the very center of the Baneful Dragon's poisonous swamp, after all. Seriously? Just how talented is he? You have no idea. Long Yejuan chuckled. Their conversation stopped at that point when Yuan started working. Ji ran, it will be a little chaotic for a bit. Please bear with it. Yuan warned him before tossing both the Starry Abyss and the Baneful Crystal inside the furnace. When he retrieved them from the furnace a few hours later, only the Starry Abyss remained, glowing purple and blue. He fused the completed treasure with the material while they were inside the furnace. I have tried doing that before, but it would always completely mess up the treasure, so I figured it was impossible. Refined Obsidian Dragon sighed. Sometime later. Yuan gazed at the Starry Abyss with a satisfied smile. The once fully black dagger now shimmered with shades of purple and blue, resembling a vibrant nebula. Chapter 1678 Starry Abyss Upgrade. Chapter 1678 Starry Abyss Upgrade, Mark of the Baneful. Description: when this weapon inflicts damage, the victim will be inflicted with the Mark of the Baneful. Those affected by Mark of the Baneful will be severely poisoned and take continuous damage until their life is completely extinguished. The poison damage will increase over time. Mark of the Baneful can only be dispelled by the Baneful Abyss. Revenge of the Baneful. Description: whenever someone inflicted with Mark of the Baneful dies, their body will explode, automatically releasing a poison mist in a 100-meter radius. Those caught in the poison mist will also be inflicted with Mark of the Baneful. Poison Acceleration. Description: the Baneful Abyss will accelerate the effects of all poison in its vicinity. Poison Absorption. Description: the Baneful Abyss has the ability to absorb all poison to enhance its own strength. Even without needing to test its abilities, Yuan could tell that the poison within the Baneful Abyss rivaled even Heaven's Bane. Revenge of the Baneful. This will allow me to kill a crowds of enemies with extreme ease. Yuan thought to himself after reading its second ability. After its upgrade, the Baneful Abyss has transformed into a terrifying weapon that, if misused, could turn the heavens upside down. What an ominous aura that weapon now exudes. Even I don't dare to approach it. Refined Obsidian Dragon swallowed nervously after sensing the Baneful Abyss' sinister aura, even taking a few steps back. It gives off the same dangerous aura as the Baneful Dragon's poisonous swamp. Long Yejuan commented. Yuan looked at Refined Obsidian Dragon and showed a teasing smile. You don't want to inspect this? I'll even let you touch it. Refined Obsidian Dragon began sweating as he started making excuses. I don't dare touch it. It's too much for a humble blacksmith such as myself. I would only dirty your beautiful creation. It's fine. Come, give it a touch. But don't touch the blade. You might die. Yuan beckoned. Refined Obsidian Dragon cried inwardly as he reluctantly approached Yuan. However, once he got closer and saw just how beautiful the dagger was, his passion overwhelmed his fear. Wow! What a truly unique treasure. I can even feel a soul residing inside. You can tell? This is what's called a soul weapon. They're different from ordinary treasures, as they give birth to their own consciousness. Such a miraculous treasure exists? Long Yejuan also approached them to take a closer look. A soul weapon, how do you make something like this? He then asked. Some treasures have the potential to become a soul weapon if you use it long enough, Yuan explained. Does that mean I can turn the sword you gave me into a soul weapon? Long Yejuan asked. It's possible. He acknowledged. I guess I should start learning to wield the sword now. Long Yejuan mumbled. By the way, refined Obsidian Dragon, this hammer of yours has already begun forming its consciousness. If you continue to use it, it should become a soul weapon in the future. Really? Refined Obsidian Dragon was immensely delighted to hear this information. Anyway, I'm going to continue crafting some more treasures. I still have plenty of Dragon of Destruction's skin left. Yuan suddenly said. I also have the sky-splitting dragon's material, too. Yuan resumed his mental simulations shortly after. A few hours later, he tossed the sky-splitting dragon's treasure into the furnace before he began cutting up the Dragon of Destruction's skin. Looks like he's going to make a new pair of shoes to replace the ones I destroyed next. Long Yejuan muttered. Sure enough, Yuan wanted to replace the Stygian boots next. Sometime later. Boots of swift destruction, grade, celestial, quality, peak, description, a treasure crafted by player Yuan. When worn, the wearer will be able to use the technique sky-sundering steps and lightning strides. Grants the wearer immunity to most movement restrictions. This equipment can be charged with lightning chi to increase the wearer's speed by up to 1,000%. Sky-sundering steps, description, a movement technique that allows the wearer to turn into lightning and travel at the speed of light. Lightning strides, description, traverse the heavens at unimaginable speed. Instantly move up to 100,000 meters in any direction in the blink of an eye. Yuan slipped on the boots of swift destruction, their sleek black design accented with bold red soles, perfectly complementing his robes of destruction. How much longer before the Dragon God Festival begins? Yuan asked Long Yejuan. We still have about 10 months. Do you plan on training some more? He nodded. But first, I'd like to test out some of my newly learned techniques. Then we can go back to the endless arena. You're leaving already? Refined Obsidian Dragon asked, seemingly reluctant to see him go. Yes. I want to prepare myself as much as possible for the Dragon God Festival. Then, if you ever need to craft something in the future, my workshop will always be available for you. As for the remaining materials, you can take them with you. Are you sure? Yuan asked. Had only intended to use some of them. I'm sure. Although it was short, I have learned a lot about blacksmithing from watching you, and I don't want to feel like I'd stolen your techniques. I allowed you to watch because I wanted you to learn from it, but if you're willing to give me all of these wonderful materials, I won't refuse. With a wave of his sleeve, Yuan gathered all of the materials and tossed them inside his spatial ring. Thanks again. Long Yejuan brought Yuan and Yingzi to the endless arena shortly later with a teleport stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1679 Boots of Swift Destruction. Chapter 1679 Boots of Swift Destruction. After returning to the endless arena, Yuan immediately started testing his new equipment and techniques. First up, let's try out my new equipment. Yuan looked at Long Yejuan and said, throw some attacks my way. How many? As many as you want. Long Yejuan nodded and started attacking Yuan with techniques weaker than his dragon's breath. Since these attacks weren't threatening enough, Yuan just allowed them to land on his body. The robes of destruction increased his physical defense by 100,000%, and what would have severely damaged him before barely hurt him now. I'm going to attack now, Yuan suddenly warned. Once Yuan had accumulated enough damage, he activated Dragon of Destruction's ultimate chaos, unleashing a ball of concentrated power at Long Yejuan. Long Yejuan's eyes widened slightly when a ball of mass destruction that was 10 times more powerful than all of his attacks combined flew at him. Of course, even if the Dragon of Destruction's ultimate chaos could strengthen the attacks 1,000 times, it would not be enough to harm a hair on Long Yejuan, who only attacked Yuan with divine lord-level attacks while being as powerful as a god Ascension cultivator. Was that your robe's ability? Long Yejuan asked afterward. That attack resembled one of the Dragon of Destruction's techniques. Yuan nodded, confirming his suspicions. So you can draw out the power of the Dragon of Destruction in such a manner, how interesting. Long Yejuan muttered as he learned something new. Okay, now attack me with the intent to kill me. Yuan suddenly said. Do that dragon's breath attack on me, but make it stronger than last time. Are you serious? Long Yejuan's eyes widened with surprise. Don't worry, I won't die. If you say so. Don't blame me if anything happens. Long Yejuan immediately began preparing for a dragon's breath. A few moments later, he released it. A dragon's breath that was twice as powerful as the last one flew at Yuan, who merely stood there with a calm smile on his face. A black barrier enveloped Yuan's entire body. When the dragon's breath connected with the barrier, it was immediately absorbed by the barrier, like a black hole. Seeing this, Long Yejuan continued to release dragon's breath. Long Yejuan closed his mouth after 7 full seconds. Wow, you really escaped that unscathed. Is that also the robe's ability? Yuan nodded. But I can only use it once a month. That's amazing. You basically have an extra life every month. Yuan tested the boots of swift destruction next. He tested Sky Sundering Steps first. When he activated the technique, Yuan transformed into a streak of golden lightning as he traversed around the arena at the speed of light. However, his spiritual energy was also being drained at lightning speed. Even with how rapidly he could restore his spiritual energy, Yuan could only maintain Sky Sundering Steps for a full minute before he was completely exhausted. Even if it's only for a minute for now, I can travel an immense distance in that minute, and if I use it wisely, I can maintain it for much longer. After recovering enough spiritual energy, Yuan began testing lightning strides. Every time he activated lightning strides, he would instantly travel tens of thousands of meters, up to 100,000 meters. It's basically short-distance teleporting, and it doesn't consume that much spiritual energy either. He looked at Long Yejuan and asked, Do you have any technique that restricts movement? I do. Want me to use it on you? He nodded. All right. Long Yejuan made a grasping motion at Yuan the next moment. Water prison. A barrier of water enveloped Yuan. It didn't directly restrict his movements, so the movement immunity from the boots of swift destruction didn't activate, but it did trap him inside. Once he was fully imprisoned, Yuan activated lightning strikes again. Shah! He turned into a streak of lightning that bypassed the water barrier, appearing outside it without any issues. It's not completely teleportation, but it's close. Long Yejuan muttered after seeing this. Sometime later, Yuan said to Long Yejuan, All right, I'm going to attack you with a lightning attack next. Do your worst. Long Yejuan replied with a confident pose and smile. Yuan pointed at him with 2 fingers and activated Heaven's Final Judgment. The sky above Long Yejuan suddenly darkened before swiftly releasing a thick lightning bolt, striking him. At the same time, Yuan felt all of his spiritual energy deplete almost instantly. Meanwhile, Long Yejuan casually swatted the lightning bolt away. It's definitely powerful, even more powerful than your robe's ability, but it didn't completely activate. Long Yejuan commented as his gaze landed on Yuan. Because you lack the cultivation to activate it. Yuan nodded and said, Yes, my cultivation is not enough to use it, but I want to try again. He sat down and cultivated until he fully restored his cultivation. I'm going to do it again now. Once he was prepared, Yuan activated the technique again. However, instead of just using his spiritual energy, he also used the chaotic essence within his chaotic heart. The sky above Long Yejuan darkened again, but it was much more ominous this time. Yuan could feel his spiritual energy and chaotic essence deplete instantly, but miraculously, he managed to retain a sliver of chaotic essence. Heaven's Final Judgment. Bang! A massive streak of golden lightning emerged from the black clouds, striking Long Yejuan. Long Yejuan tried to flick it away like last time, but when the lightning struck his arm, it immediately exploded, releasing countless smaller lightning energy. Once the explosion subdued, Long Yejuan looked at his arm. It wasn't bleeding, but he wasn't completely unscathed either, as there was a slight burnt spot where the lightning struck. For you to damage me without my cultivation suppressed, even if it's only to this degree. As impressive as ever, brother Yuan. Long Yejuan laughed out loud. Chapter 1680 Infinite Spiraling Abyss. Chapter 1680 Infinite Spiraling Abyss. With that said, it is clear that you still lack the cultivation to truly utilize its true power. Long Yejuan said as the wound on his arm quickly healed. Yes, that feels like a fraction of its true potential. Unfortunately, that was the best I can do with my cultivation. Yuan sighed, but he wasn't discouraged. If anything, he was excited for the future when his cultivation was sufficient enough to call down the true heaven's final judgment. I guess the technique isn't celestial grade for no reason. He smiled inwardly. Yuan wanted to test Heaven's Bane and the Baneful Abyss, but he felt that it was too dangerous. While his techniques may not affect Long Yejuan, poison was a different story, especially when it's one of the strongest poison in the world. There is a good chance that the poison won't affect him, but there's no reason to risk it just to satisfy my curiosity. I can test it later on people who really deserve it. As for primordial fire, let's not reveal too much just in case. With that decided, Yuan ended his testing there. Alright, I am done here, he said a moment later. So, which training ground will you attempt to conquer next? Yuan began pondering. Had already conquered the three biggest and most useful elements out there, fire, lightning, and poison. His lightning immunity made him unaffected by even heavenly tribulations. His poison immunity made it impossible to assassinate or poison him. As for his fire immunity, the fire element was one of the most widely used elements in the cultivation world. After pondering for some time, Yuan smiled and said, I want to try my hands at the infinite spiraling abyss. Long Yejuan's eyes widened as he hastily exclaimed, No, you don't. The infinite spiraling abyss is arguably the most dangerous training ground in the Divine Dragon, in the entire Primal Expanse. Yuan was surprised by his reaction and asked, For you to react like this? Is this place really that dangerous? You have no idea. Only those who have a good understanding of the power of the void should think of training there. Even if you're an expert, a single mistake and you'll instantly be consumed by the infinite spiraling abyss and never return. The power of the void, simply put, was the power to control space itself. If one could master this ability, one would have the freedom to traverse anywhere in the world. This power was incredibly potent and filled with infinite possibilities, but it was also the most difficult and dangerous to cultivate, with countless casualties just trying to understand the surface of it. Hence, only a handful of cultivators dare to pursue it, and most of them do so after becoming powerful immortals. However, even to this day, not a single cultivator has ever mastered the power of the void. I am well aware of how dangerous the power of the void is. Yuan sighed inwardly. After all, not a single of my previous incarnations had any understanding of it despite being peak figures in their era, at least as far as I am aware. However, to be fair, none of them had tried to understand the power of the void, as the very concept itself was nearly non-existent, and they were busy pursuing other paths. Don't worry, I understand how dangerous the power of the void is, and I am not going to directly challenge the infinite spiraling abyss. I am going to study it from the outside and try to understand it first. I see, if you're only going to study it from the outside, I guess it'll be fine. Long Yejuan mumbled. A few days later, they arrived at the infinite spiraling abyss, located inside a massive crack in the ground, its depths disappearing into darkness. Unlike the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation, this place was completely empty. So this is the infinite spiraling abyss. Despite being miles away, Yuan could feel a vacuuming force emanating from the crack, as if it were trying to pull him into its endless depths. Be careful, or you'll get sucked inside. Long Yejuan warned him. I'll be right back. Before Yuan started his training, he logged off and wrote a note to the others in case he lost track of the time again. Since the Eternal Lotuses no longer needed his help with the spiritual bath, Yuan could spend more time in Cultivation online without logging off. Once he returned to the Primal Expanse, Yuan immediately began trying to understand the power of the void. As Yuan became focused, Long Yejuan looked at him and wondered, will he actually understand the power of the void like this? He didn't mention it to Yuan because he wanted to see what Yuan was capable of, but there was another training ground in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary for those who wanted to understand the power of the void, and it was a much easier place specifically for beginners like Yuan. The Infinite Spiraling Abyss was meant for experts, those who already have a good understanding of the power of the void. The others told me to contact them if Brother Yuan visits another training ground, but this place is dangerous, and the fewer distractions there are, the better. Trying to understand the power of the void was no joke, even for powerful beings like dragons. In the entire Primal Expanse, the number of beings who had fully grasped the understanding of the power of the void was fewer than 10, and this referred solely to the comprehension of its nature, not the ability to wield the power itself. Besides the Primal Monarch, Dragon God, and Primordial Phoenix, I cannot imagine another being capable of wielding the power of the void. Not even the Abyssal Dragon, who is known as the Void Dragon Monarch, could wield such power to its full potential. As Yuan stared into the infinite spiraling abyss, he gradually fell into a trance, much like the state he experienced when he first comprehended Dragon's gaze. Chapter 1681 Gathering of the Seven Dragon Monarchs. Chapter 1681 Gathering of the Seven Dragon Monarchs. Power of the Void, what a profound and mysterious concept. Yuan pondered as he gazed into the infinite spiraling abyss. It's like a branch that endlessly spreads out, extending into countless possibilities. The more Yuan tried to comprehend the power of the void, the more overwhelming it felt, almost as if had been tossed inside the void itself. Long Yejuan and Yingzi silently watched him from a distance while ensuring that he didn't accidentally fall into the infinite spiraling abyss. What is that profound and mysterious feeling that surrounds him? I have never felt anything like that before. Long Yejuan wondered to himself as Yuan's aura gradually began to change. After a few days, Yuan began showing signs of entering enlightenment. However, the concept of enlightenment did not exist within the Primal Expanse. As a matter of fact, beings in the Primal Expanse are incapable of entering enlightenment. The reason remains unknown because nobody knew of its existence in the first place. What a mysterious aura. Yingzi was immediately drawn to the aura Yuan was emitting due to his enlightenment, and she subconsciously approached him. However, Long Yejuan snapped her out of it and said, "You can't disturb him now." I don't know why, but I am getting this feeling that it'd be dangerous to disturb him now. Yingzi nodded and moved further away from Yuan so she couldn't disturb him. As time passed, the profound aura surrounding Yuan grew stronger and stronger until it reached the point where even other beings from far away could vaguely sense it. When Long Yejuan noticed several presences approaching their direction, he immediately set up a barrier around Yuan and the infinite spiraling abyss. Then, using sound transmission, he commanded the approaching presence to leave. As the second dragon god's descendant, Long Yejuan, command you to leave and stay away from this place for the rest of the year. When those approaching heard Long Yejuan's voice and command, they instantly halted, silently bowed in their direction, and turned around, swiftly leaving. However, Yuan's aura of enlightenment continued to grow stronger, much stronger than ever. My concealment barrier isn't able to stop his aura from spreading even though it could completely hide our presence? What an extraordinary aura. Long Yejuan was inwardly shocked, but he didn't have much time to think about such things. I will be busy asking people to leave, he smiled inwardly. Now that I think about it, I've done things for Brother Yuan I wouldn't bother for my other two siblings. What's so different about him? Long Yejuan realized that he had been helping Yuan to the best of his abilities without expecting anything in return, something quite unlike his usual self. Yet, despite this change, it felt as natural as breathing for him to help Yuan. He's humble and pleasant to have around, unlike the other two, who are always trying to get on my nerves. Is this what it feels like to have a younger brother? As Yuan's enlightenment deepened, so did his progress in comprehending the power of the void. A few days later, Yuan's aura of enlightenment grew so intense that it spread throughout the entire Divine Dragon Sanctuary. Fortunately, word of Long Yijin's order forbidding anyone from approaching had also circulated, so few dared to get too close. Most onlookers observed from a distance, respecting the boundary set around Yuan. Of course, a few individuals still approached, mainly the dragon monarchs and the third dragon god's descendant, Long Meihui. "You're so mean, elder brother. You said you'd contact us the moment junior brother Yuan visits another training ground." Long Meihui stared at him with her cheeks puffed angrily. "I didn't say anything because I didn't want any distractions near brother Yuan. I hope you understand," he explained. "The infinite spiraling abyss. Even I could have never imagined he'd come here after conquering my playground." The sky-splitting dragon said. "Ha ha ha. I'd expect nothing less from the monster who conquered my poison swamp." Baneful dragon laughed out loud. "You've changed, Prince Yejuan. I never thought you'd be this caring toward another being." A new face said, his body naturally exuding intense heat. "What do you know, Hellfire dragon?" Long Yejuan sneered. The Hellfire dragon, also known as the Fire Dragon Monarch, was a beautiful woman with long black hair and fiery eyes. As expected of Master Yuan, he's as brilliant as ever. Refined Obsidian dragon sighed out loud, his gaze filled with admiration. "The fourth dragon god's descendant, he's just a beginner. Why did you allow him to cultivate here?" Another new face said. He was a middle-aged man with long, wavy black hair and pitch-black eyes. "You're here too, Abyssal Dragon?" The Abyssal Dragon was the Void Dragon Monarch. "Who wouldn't want to investigate that weird aura?" "I came here as soon as I sensed it," said another new face, the last of the 7 dragon monarchs, the Ice Dragon Monarch, Eternal Frost Dragon. She was a young lady with short white and light blue hair and silver eyes. "Well, elder sister isn't here," Long Meihui said. "How odd. There's no way she wouldn't make an appearance during such a commotion. In fact, I'd expected her to be the first one to show up, too," Abyssal Dragon said. "She's probably too busy training to notice." Eternal Frost Dragon shrugged. "No way. Even if she's deep asleep, this weird aura would have instantly woken her up." Long Yejuan shook his head. Meanwhile, the onlookers were abuzz with excitement as they witnessed all 7 of the 7 dragon monarchs gathered in one place, a sight so rare that it left everyone in awe. Maybe the unrivaled Tyrant died without anyone knowing? The Baneful dragon suddenly suggested. "Ha ha ha. Great joke. Even if everyone were to suddenly die in the Primal Expanse, she'd still be alive and kicking." Sky-splitting dragon laughed out loud. "Yeah, no way she'd die. What could possibly kill her when even the dragon god failed to do so?" Hellfire dragon shook her head. Chapter 1682 Basic Void Understanding. Chapter 1682 Basic Void Understanding. 1 month, 2 months. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yuan remained fixated on the infinite spiraling abyss, his eyes staring into the darkness in a dazed manner. Ding. Basic Void Understanding. Description. You grasp the fundamentals of the power of the void, allowing you to manipulate the void to a minor extent. Void Manipulation. Grade, Mythic, Mastery Level 1. Description. Allows you to manipulate the void to a certain extent. After acquiring the most basic understanding of the void, the infinite spiraling abyss looked entirely different in Yuan's eyes. It no longer seemed out of reach and incomprehensible. Once Yuan was familiar with the power of the void within the infinite spiraling abyss, his progress skyrocketed, and his aura of enlightenment became even stronger. However, despite Yuan's ever-growing understanding, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't getting any closer to the next level. It was as if he had encountered an invisible bottleneck, and this feeling lingered for an entire month. Suddenly, as if possessed by a ghost, Yuan suddenly began flying toward the infinite spiraling abyss, shocking everyone there. "Brother Yuan. What are you doing?" Long Yejuan exclaimed with a bewildered expression. However, Yuan had moved with such speed that by the time Long Yejuan processed the situation, had already flown into the infinite spiraling abyss. My God! Why did he do that? Long Meihui cried out loud. The abyssal dragon shook his head and sighed, how foolish. Had only just reached a basic understanding, yet he dared to challenge the infinite spiraling abyss meant for those who have fully comprehended the power of the void. I had high hopes for him, too. Right? How boring. I also had high hopes for him after hearing of his previous feats. I guess had only conquered the last 2 training grounds with luck. Hellfire Dragon casually shrugged. Master Yuan isn't someone who'd take on something he cannot handle. Refined Obsidian Dragon roared. Since when did you become the type to have faith in others, Metal Dragon Monarch? The Eternal Frost Dragon asked him. Humph. If you knew Master Yuan's true capabilities, you'd also be revering him. Will he be okay? Yingzi asked Long Yejuan with a worried look on her face. Since their first meeting, this was the only time she didn't have any confidence in Yuan's actions. Long Yejuan clenched his fists, and he responded with a deep frown on his face. Unfortunately, even if it's brother Yuan, I don't think he can escape the infinite spiraling abyss. If anyone can save him, it's the dragon god and possibly my elder sister if he hadn't gone too deep into the void. You only mentioned that he wouldn't be able to escape, but what about his chance of survival? Yingzi asked after noticing this detail. He sighed. While the infinite spiraling abyss is indeed very destructive, I believe brother Yuan can survive it with his current level of regeneration. However, as he descends deeper into the void, the destructiveness will continue to intensify until it eventually surpasses his regenerative abilities. How about the dragon god? You said he could probably save Yuan. Can we ask for his help? Yingzi said. Ha. Good luck with that. Hellfire Dragon sneered. The dragon god will only show himself during the Dragon God Festival or when he needs something. Since we're so close to the Dragon God Festival, he probably won't appear until the very last second, right before the festival begins. I can try looking for him, but it'll take so long that it's better just to wait for him to show up during the Dragon God Festival. Long Yejuan sighed. No way. Yingzi wore a sorrowful look on her face. What about elder sister? Long Meihui asked. She's even harder to find than the dragon god. Unless you're fated to meet her, you'll never find her. Long Yejuan sighed. He continued, we can only hope brother Yuan survives long enough for the dragon god to show up. Meanwhile, somewhere in the infinite expanse, 2 individuals had been quietly observing the events unfolding at the infinite spiraling abyss since the very beginning, their expressions calm yet alert. A handsome man with long, beautiful golden hair glanced at the young child hovering beside him and spoke. Are you sure you don't want to save him? He's your son, isn't he? Weren't you prepared to kill him for faking his identity as your descendant just some time ago? Why are you suddenly worried about his well-being? The Primal Monarch inquired with a nonchalant expression on his face. The handsome man, who was known as the Dragon God, smiled. I was, until he showed the qualifications to become a genuine descendant of mine. I can save him right now, but then they'll take him off your hands. What kind of nonsense is that? Primal Monarch shook his head and continued, also, even if you want him, does he want to be your son? You're just a slightly stronger dragon than the rest. Ha ha ha. The dragon god suddenly burst out laughing, his laughter powerful enough to shake the void around them. He stopped a moment later and said, did I just receive your permission to save him? Whether he wants to become my son or not, we can deal with that afterward. The Primal Monarch sighed, do you really think he needs your help? The dragon god stared at the infinite spiraling abyss and sneered, whatever. Meanwhile, after entering the infinite spiraling abyss, Yuan found himself in a pitch-black world that seemed to spiral endlessly around him as he continued to fall deeper into the void. His body was also constantly being damaged. While it wasn't enough to threaten his life, he could feel the intensity of the damage gradually increasing, becoming stronger with every passing moment. Chapter 1683 Leaving the Infinite Spiraling Abyss. Chapter 1683 Leaving the Infinite Spiraling Abyss. Although Yuan's consciousness was awake, he was not fully aware or in control, akin to a state of sleep paralysis, where he was conscious of his surroundings but unable to move or react. As the void continuously damaged him, his body felt like it was slowly being chipped away by countless ants. It wasn't too painful, but the gnarly sensation would drive most people mad if they had to endure it for an extended time. Time felt incredibly slow inside the infinite spiraling abyss, almost as if it were frozen. However, what felt like minutes to Yuan was actually days outside the void, and 2 full months had passed since he entered the infinite spiraling abyss. During this time, Yuan's comprehension of the power of the void continued to progress. Despite the constant pain throughout his body that grew more intensive as time passed, it wasn't able to disturb Yuan from his enlightenment. If anything, it sped up his cultivation, as every time the void inflicted damage on his body, he would absorb some of that damage, refining it into his own power. It has been 6 months since Yuan started training at the infinite spiraling abyss. As the Dragon God Festival drew near, more and more guests showed up at the Divine Dragon Sanctuary to participate or cheer on the participants. However, these new guests were puzzled to find the Divine Dragon Sanctuary nearly empty. Typically, the sanctuary would be bustling with activity, filled with countless beings, but this time it was eerily quiet. Apparently, everyone went to the infinite spiraling abyss. What is going on there? No idea. I heard the 7 dragon monarchs are also there. Seriously? Let's check it out. At the infinite spiraling abyss, Long Yejuan sighed, there's less than half a year before the Dragon God Festival begins. Hang in there, brother Yuan. Another 2 months have passed since Yuan entered the infinite spiraling abyss. Inside, Yuan was still half conscious, and the void strength has become so much that his regeneration could no longer keep up with it. However, it was just slightly below the rate his body was being destroyed, so his body was slowly being chipped away. As of this moment, Yuan's body was a mess. His limbs were missing, and only his head and upper body remained. Yuning tried to wake him up, but no matter how much she called for him, there was no response. After another month, only Yuan's head remained. How long has it been? Am I going to die here? If I die here and return to the 9 heavens, what about Feng Feng? Would I be leaving her behind? Unfortunately, even after his void understanding had reached the next level, Yuan's condition remained unchanged, as had fallen too deep inside the void. However, Yuan suddenly sensed another presence nearby. What a powerful, almost tyrannical presence. Is that old booger finally here to save me? Yuan wondered as the presence approached him. My, what do we have here? A human inside the infinite spiraling abyss? A small silhouette stopped before Yuan, her gaze staring at Yuan's handsome face with interest. Yuan's transformation had been undone shortly after he entered the void, so he was in his human form at this moment. You've only just achieved moderate void understanding, yet you dare to enter the infinite spiraling abyss. I have never seen a being as reckless as you. But what is this weird aura you're emitting? However, Yuan couldn't respond. Seeing Yuan was unresponsive, the silhouette tapped his forehead with a finger. The next moment, the void ceased to attack him, and his body instantly regenerated fully. His connection with the void had been severed, blocked by the barrier the silhouette had cast around him, and his enlightenment also ended shortly after. Once he had regained control over his body, Yuan looked at the silhouette and said, "Thank you for saving me. You must be the first dragon god's descendant, the unrivaled Tyrant." "Oh. You recognize me?" Yuan nodded. "Long Yejuan spoke of you before. He said I'd instantly recognize you the moment I saw you. Truly, your presence is something else." The unrivaled Tyrant's presence was unfathomably profound and chaotic, so much so that even the void around them was being affected by it. Yuan examined the unrivaled Tyrant's appearance. She had a petite figure and a somewhat skinny body, with short black hair that ended at her shoulders, a refined face, and sharp eyebrows that gave her a naturally fierce expression. At a glance, she looked like an ordinary, pretty little girl, but once her dark red eyes locked onto you, it felt like you were being preyed on by a bloodthirsty monster. My name is Yuan." Yuan introduced himself. "I'm Long Wuqing, eldest of the dragon god's descendants." "How long have you been living in the primal expanse?" "Not long. I've only been here for about 3 years." Long Wuqing narrowed her eyes and said, "Are you lying to me? Why would I do that?" Yuan quickly refuted. "You've just arrived in the Primal Expanse, yet you already have a completed chaotic heart? How do you explain that? Also, I didn't know humans were capable of having chaotic hearts. I guess you can say I'm a special case. My father is the Primal Monarch, after all." Long Wuqing's eyes widened after hearing his words. "The Primal Monarch is your father?" "Well, he's not my real father. I was adopted by him." "I see. In any case, I have a lot to ask you, but we can continue our chat later. The Dragon God Festival is about to begin, so I will take my leave now. Do you wish to come with me or continue training here? Honestly, I'm trapped in here, so I'd appreciate it if you can take me with you." Long Wuqing nodded and brought him along as she traversed the void. "She's a pretty nice person. I wonder why Long Yejuan made her seem like some unreasonable monster." Yuan thought to himself. "Ah. I cannot wait to get back and have a feast. I have been training here for the last 100 million years." Long Wuqing suddenly muttered out loud. Yuan looked at her and said, "I happen to have some food with me. Do you want some?" "I am a very picky eater," she said. Yuan didn't say another word and directly retrieved several meat skewers for her. Long Wuqing's body trembled the moment she noticed their savory aroma. "Let me see those," she hastily said in a demanding tone. Yuan handed them to her. Once the skewers were in her hand, Long Wuqing examined them for several minutes before putting them in her mouth. I have traversed nearly the entirety of Primal Expanse and savored all kinds of beings, but nothing comes close to this." After her fist bite, Long Wuqing wouldn't stop until all of the meat skewers were gone, the skewers included. "Did you bring that food from the human world?" she asked afterward. "That's right. Do you have any more?" "Of course." Yuan didn't hesitate to grab another handful of meat skewers for her. "She did save my life, after all." He smiled inwardly. "Do you have more?" Long Wuqing asked again a few minutes later. "Here you go." Yuan continued taking out meat skewers for her. "You're very different from the other humans I have met," she suddenly said. "They would all cower in fear and soil themselves the moment they see me. Even my siblings are no different." "Have you met a lot of humans?" he asked. "A few hundred of them, I suppose." "Wow, that's a lot." Yuan was surprised by the number. "I have lived a long time, after all. However, humans have stopped coming to our world for some time now. Do you know why? Because they're afraid. After all, none of those who have come to this world have ever returned, so people just stopped coming. That makes sense. What about you? Are you sad that you can no longer return to the human world?" "Not at all. I can return whenever I want with the Primal Monarch's help, but I am staying here for reasons. Once I win the Dragon God Festival, I will return." "Ha ha ha." Long Wuqing suddenly burst out laughing. "You actually dare to claim you'll win the Dragon God Festival right before me? How bold. So, you think you can defeat me?" She looked at him with an excited face, but her aura was oozing with bloodlust. Despite her threatening aura, Yuan faced her and spoke calmly, "Depending on the conditions, yes, I can." Long Wuqing stared at him in silence for a moment before turning away, but she didn't say anything. A few more minutes of awkward silence later, they emerged from the infinite spiraling abyss, shocking everyone there. "Brother Yuan. He's actually managed to escape," Long Yejuan exclaimed in an excited voice. Then he noticed Yuan had emerged with a different appearance, and even his scent had changed. However, before he could even think about it, his entire body trembled as Long Wuqing's tyrannical aura permeated throughout the entire place. "The unrivaled tyrant?" The dragon monarchs and onlookers exclaimed with shocked faces after noticing her presence, their very souls trembling in immense fear. Chapter 1684 Unrivaled Tyrant. Chapter 1684 Unrivaled Tyrant. What's going on here? I have never had such a massive crowd to welcome me back before. Long Wuqing spoke with a slight smile on her face when she noticed the 7 dragon monarchs and the onlookers outside the infinite spiraling abyss. It's the unrivaled tyrant. Run for your lives. The onlookers began scrambling in fear, resembling a group of startled cats, their escape messy and swift. The only ones who didn't attempt to escape were the 7 dragon monarchs, primarily because fleeing would make them appear weak, a vulnerability that would only invite further bullying and challenges to their authority. What is this weird scent coming from the 4th dragon god's descendant? Eternal Frost Dragon suddenly mused out loud. Since he was in his human form, Yuan's human scent swiftly permeated the area. It was so intense that it even halted some of the onlookers running away. However, once they realized the scent was coming from the unrivaled tyrant's direction, they began running again. This scent is the scent of a human. Long Yijin's eyes widened as he stared at Yuan, who now had black hair. No way, why does brother Yuan have the scent of a human on him? What happened inside the infinite spiraling abyss? He didn't immediately entertain the possibility that Yuan had been human all along. Instead, he assumed that something within the infinite spiraling abyss had triggered this puzzling transformation. After all, there was simply no way a human could have the dragon god's blood. Yingzi wore a nervous look on her face after realizing that Yuan's identity had been exposed, but there was nothing she could do there. Even if she wanted to take Yuan and escape from the divine dragon sanctuary, she knew it was impossible to escape with the 7 dragon monarchs so close. Moreover, with Long Wuqing beside Yuan, she would kill Yingzi before she could even reach him. The only thing I can do now is hope for the Primal Monarch to help us, she sighed inwardly. Thank you for your help, Senior Long, Yuan said to Long Wuqing after coming out of the infinite spiraling abyss. You can just call me Wuqing. I permit you to do so, she casually said. Anyway, I need to stretch myself. I'll talk to you again afterward. When the 7 dragon monarchs heard her words, their faces darkened, and they simultaneously released their cultivation, shocking Yuan. What are they? Before he could even finish his sentence, Long Wuqing turned to look at them with a murderous smile on her face. Let me see how much you've all grown, she laughed as she flew at them. This crazy bitch. The Dragon God Festival is right around the corner, and she wants to fight now? Hellfire Dragon exclaimed. Elder sister. Please wait a moment. Long Yejuan shouted with a begging expression. Damn it. Why is she always like this? Sky-splitting dragon cried out loud. I shouldn't have come here. Refined Obsidian Dragon sighed. Have mercy on me. Long Meihui shed a tear. She wasn't one of the 7 dragon monarchs, but she was still a target. The 7 dragon monarchs attacked the incoming Long Wuqing with the intent to kill her. Boom! A powerful ripple swept the divine dragon sanctuary when Long Wuqing collided with the 7 dragon monarchs. Yingzi had instinctively escaped the moment Long Wuqing looked in her direction, and she barely made it in time, or she would have been caught up in their confrontation. Yuan was swept away like a pebble during a storm at first, but he quickly stabilized himself. A massive cloud of smoke hovered in the air, concealing the figures of the 7 dragon monarchs and Long Wuqing within its dense, swirling mist. Moments later, several silhouettes could be seen coming out of the smoke. To be more precise, they appeared to have been tossed out, and their appearance was a mess with blood all over their bodies. Amongst these silhouettes were the refined Obsidian Dragon, Eternal Frost Dragon, Long Meihui, and the Baneful Dragon. After a few more moments, the cloud of smoke was forcefully removed when another powerful blast occurred, revealing Long Yejuan, the Abyssal Dragon, Sky-Splitting Dragon, and Hellfire Dragon's figure. However, they were all beaten up and dripping with blood, looking as if they had been run through by several trucks. Long Wuqing was also there, but she didn't have a single scratch on her body. As Long Wuqing hovered in the air, exuding an aura of confidence and superiority, she sighed and remarked, "What have you lot been doing for the last 100 million years? Lying on your backs all day?" She looked at Long Yejuan and continued, "I am especially disappointed in you, little brother. I thought you would be able to last a little longer this time, but alas, you've barely improved since we last fought." That's nonsense. I have improved a lot. You're just a damn monster who outpaces all of us significantly, so no matter how much we train, you'll always be several steps ahead of us. Long Yejuan refuted, his voice full of frustration. Huh? What did you just call me? Long Wuqing's eyebrows twitched. Long Yijin's body shivered, realizing that head misspoke. Long Wuqing moved again, but she only targeted Long Yejuan this time, beating him left and right. Long Yejuan tried to fight back, but their disparity was simply too vast. Wuqing, can you stop beating him? A voice suddenly spoke, halting her movements. Long Wuqing turned to look at Yuan, who continued speaking. He's been nothing but a good friend to me ever since I arrived, and I cannot bear to see him in such a state. If you want to stretch, how about doing it with me? I would appreciate it if you can suppress your cultivation to match mine, or I'll die from a single punch from you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1685 Sworn Brothers. Chapter 1685 Sworn Brothers. A deafening silence filled the area for a good moment after Yuan spoke, with the 7 dragon monarchs staring at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. I like your enthusiasm, Yuan, but I don't want to injure you before the Dragon God Festival. After all, I don't want to hear any excuses when you lose to me, said Long Wuqing. Her words shocked the others more than Yuan's words. That crazy bitch is declining a fight? I didn't know she was even capable of that. Hellfire Dragon cried inwardly. But I can't bear to watch you beat my friend any longer. Yuan sighed. Long Wuqing glanced at Long Yejuan for a brief moment before releasing him. Consider yourself lucky, little brother. She approached Yuan and continued, don't think we want fight. Well, do it the moment the Dragon God Festival is over. I am looking forward to it. Long Wuqing left the scene shortly after. I didn't want to show you such a pathetic sight, brother Yuan. Long Yejuan approached him a moment later. Despite his resilient body, the wounds caused by Long Wuqing didn't recover normally, as if there was something preventing him from healing. The same could be said for the others, too. Don't say that. Yuan shook his head. I can't believe you came out of the infinite spiraling abyss with her. My heart stopped for a second back there. She saved my life. How unexpected. Long Yejuan mumbled. By the way, what happened to you inside the infinite spiraling abyss? Why do you smell like a human now? Oh. It was at this moment that Yuan realized he forgot to transform back to his dragon form. However, considering that his true identity has been revealed to Long Wuqing, it would only be a matter of time before it was revealed to everyone else. Actually, I am human. Yuan decided to reveal his true identity. What? Long Yijin's eyes widened with immense shock. I apologize for deceiving you until now, but I am not one of Dragon God's descendants. Why would you? I have my reasons. He sighed. Long Yejuan lowered his head and fell silent, seemingly in deep thoughts. I see, so you were human from the start. When Long Yejuan lifted his head and showed his expression again, it was filled with excitement and admiration. I can't believe a human has conquered the baneful dragon's poisonous swamp, the sky-splitting dragon's tribulation, and even survived the infinite spiraling abyss. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard tears began forming in his eyes. Hey, although we're not real brothers, can I still call you brother? I've grown accustomed to it, and it wouldn't feel right if I changed it now. Yuan nodded, of course. The realization that Yuan was a human began to set in for the others, their faces filled with shock, some with disdain. Master Yuan is a human. That explains his godlike smithing techniques. The art of smithing was originally humans to begin with. Refined Obsidian Dragon muttered to himself. A human? A human conquered my playground? The Baneful Dragon wore a look of disbelief on his face. The sky-splitting dragon had a similar reaction. Long Meihui's eyes were sparkling with admiration. The Hellfire Dragon and Eternal Frost Dragon glared at Yuan with disdain in their eyes. The abyssal dragon remained silent. Though, I must admit that I am disappointed. Long Yejuan suddenly continued with a weak smile, you have taught and given me the experience of what it's like to have a little brother. Now I have to face the reality that I might never have a little brother. Although I cannot be your real brother, we can still be brothers. In the human world, we have the concept known as sworn brothers. While they are not real brothers, they treat each other as one. What a wonderful concept. Let's be sworn brothers. Yuan nodded with a smile. However, a voice filled with power and authority abruptly resounded, who said you can't be real brothers? Yuan suddenly sensed a powerful presence behind one that surpassed even Long Wuqing. However, it wasn't tyrannical and oppressive as hers. Yuan turned around to see a handsome man with long golden hair and golden eyes hovering behind him. Dragon God. Long Yejuan hastily lowered his head after recognizing the man. The others followed suit. Dragon God? Yuan muttered. Indeed. I am your father, or so you claimed. The dragon god spoke with a smile that appeared threatening to Yuan for some reason. Perhaps it was because of his guilt for taking on the identity as one of the dragon god's descendants. Father. Please wait. There's a good reason that brother Yuan. Long Yejuan hastily tried to come up with an excuse, but the dragon god sealed his lips with a single glance. Brother Yuan, huh? It sure has a nice ring to it. The dragon god chuckled. Relax, I am not cruel enough to punish you for pretending to be my descendant, he continued. Oh, really? Suddenly, another figure appeared beside the dragon god. None of those present, except for Yuan and Yingzi, recognized him. However, they were bewildered that this young man could stand beside the dragon god as an equal. No, he is standing even above the dragon god. Long Yejuan noticed this. You're not going to tell him that if I hadn't stopped you, you would have killed him? You dwell too much on the insignificant details, Primal Monarch. The dragon god shook his head. The Primal Monarch? Long Yejuan and the others exclaimed in shock. We greet the Primal Monarch. They hastily greeted him in a messy fashion. You've finally decided to show yourself, you old booger. Long Yejuan and the others stared at Yuan with terrified expressions. Be brother Yuan. That's. Long Yejuan tried to warn him, but Yuan interrupted with a smile, don't worry, he's my old man, my father. Why your father? Long Yejuan looked speechless. Yes. Yuan confirmed. Chapter 1686 A Feast Before the Festival. Chapter 1686 A Feast Before the Festival. Did you want me to save you sooner? I knew there was someone inside that was capable of saving you, so why would I waste my energy? The Primal Monarch shrugged with a smile on his face after hearing Yuan's words. What if she didn't save me? He asked. But that didn't happen, so why dwell on it? Yuan sighed and no longer tried to argue with him. Ahem. The dragon god cleared his throat. As I was saying. If you want to become my descendant, I will make it possible. You were serious? Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Of course. Do you want me to show you how serious I am? Hey, why are you trying to poach him when you didn't even save him? Primal Monarch suddenly asked. My daughter saved him, which is the same thing. Dragon God shrugged. I can't believe such shameless words are coming out of that mouth. Did you hit your head too hard recently? Long Yejuan and the others were bewildered by the Dragon God and Primal Monarch's childish bickering, as they had never seen such behavior from these godlike existences. Since when were they on such good terms with each other? Long Yejuan wondered inwardly. Once it seemed like their conversation had ended, Yuan spoke. I don't know how you'll make me a descendant, and I appreciate the offer, but I will have to decline. After all, I already have a father here. Primal Monarch snickered after hearing this. The Dragon God's expression didn't change much, and he appeared calm, but he was definitely disappointed inwardly. What a pity. With your talents, you definitely qualify to be my descendant. But if you don't want it, I can't force you. The Dragon God Festival will begin soon, so I will take my leave now. Until then. The dragon god disappeared into thin air the very next moment. I'll also take my leave for now. The primal monarch left before Yuan could say anything to him. The place remained dead silent even many moments later. Eventually, Long Yejuan broke the silence and spoke in a trembling voice. I can't believe you're the primal monarch's descendant. That's actually even more impressive than being the dragon god's descendant. Well, I am not really his blood-related descendant. I was adopted by him, and he gave his blood essence to me. Yuan explained. The primal monarch's blood essence? That's even more impressive. Long Yejuan cried out loud. He continued, anyway, what are you going to do now? Since we still have a little time left before the Dragon God Festival, want to have a feast? Yuan nodded and said, sure, but I will be away for a little. No worries. We need a few days to prepare the feast, anyway. Long Yejuan nodded. Yuan looked at Yingzi and said to her, I'll be gone for a bit again. Okay. Yuan logged off at that moment. Huh? Where did he go? The baneful dragon muttered in a dazed voice. I can't sense his presence anymore, almost as if he ceased to exist. Was that the power of the void? Long Meihui inquired out loud, her face filled with wonder. The primal monarch probably took him somewhere, Eternal Frost Dragon deducted. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Earth again. He looked at the two sleeping beauties beside him and sighed. I'd just promised them that I'd not lose track of time, but alas, it's almost been a year since my last return. Although he didn't technically lose track of time but was trapped inside the infinite spiraling abyss, it was basically the same thing. Yuan waited for either Meishio or Chu Liuxiang to wake up. The following day, Meishio was the first to wake up. She and Chu Liuxiang had been taking turns logging off every other day to see if Yuan had returned. You're back? Meishio looked at him with a pleasantly surprised face. Yes. Upon seeing his apologetic smile, Meishio instantly knew he was about to apologize for his absence again, so she swiftly placed a finger on his lips and said, You don't need to apologize. We were prepared for it when you left a note this time. Yuan nodded and said, All right, I won't apologize, but I want to tell you what happened this time. Of course. Yuan proceeded to explain about being trapped inside the infinite spiraling abyss and how time flowed differently inside. It felt like I had only been there for several minutes, but by the time I came out, several months had passed, he said. Anyway, the Dragon God Festival is right around the corner. Once I finish it and hopefully win it, I'll immediately return to the 9 heavens. What will happen if you don't win? Meishio entertained this possibility and inquired. Then I'll have to ask the primal monarch for help. If he can't help Feng, I'll just have to postpone her revival and return to the 9 heavens. Though, I doubt the primordial phoenix will accept that outcome. She said that she'd wage war with the divine dragon sanctuary for the treasure if I failed, and I cannot allow that to happen no matter what. I don't know how serious she was being when she said it, but I have a feeling she was being dead serious, Yuan sighed. If I have no other option, I will see if the dragon god would be willing to lend me the treasure, and in exchange, I will become his descendant. His descendant? Meishio wore a puzzled look on her face. Apparently, the dragon god wants me to be his descendant. I don't know what went through his mind that led him to such a decision, though. After chatting for some time, Yuan and Meishio spent the rest of the day together. He did the same thing with Chu Liuxiang the following day. Then, he visited Yu Rou and the Eternal Lotuses. Once he caught up with everyone, Yuan returned to the Primal Expanse for the feast. Chapter 1687 Seasoning. Chapter 1687 Seasoning. When Yuan returned to the Primal Expanse, Yingzi was there to greet him with a teleport stone given to her by Long Yejuan. Without uttering a word, Yingzi handed the teleport stone to him. After attaining moderate void understanding, Yuan could see the more intricate details within the teleport stone, even able to tell the direction it would take him. He shattered the teleport stone the next moment and entered the rift created by it. When they emerged from the rift, Yuan and Yingzi appeared at the endless arena, but it had a vastly different atmosphere and was no longer as empty as their previous visits. The once empty platform is now filled with human figures and beasts, with mountains of food in every direction. Since Yuan was still in his human form, his scent quickly spread, attracting the attention of those around him. They stared at him in silence for a few moments before someone shouted, "It's the Primal Monarch's descendant." News of Yuan's true identity had long spread throughout the divine dragon sanctuary. Some were upset, even angry, that they had been deceived by a human, but the majority of them didn't mind it and became more impressed by his feats in the past 2 years. The beings near Yuan respectfully greeted him, regardless of their feelings toward him, as he was the Primal Monarch's descendant, which ranked even above the dragon god's descendants. "Oh, you've arrived." Long Yejuan appeared shortly after their arrival. "Follow me. I'll bring you to our spot." Yuan and Yingzi followed him to another area where the other dragon monarchs were present. However, not all 7 of the dragon monarchs were present. Besides the Hellfire dragon and Eternal Frost dragon, the rest were there. "Hello, everyone. Sorry to make you wait." "It's fine. We just finished setting up the place," Long Yejuan said. "There's still 2 weeks left before the Dragon God Festival. Enjoy yourself until then." Long Yejuan's voice rippled throughout the endless arena. Everyone started stuffing their mouths with food the very next moment. Yuan also started eating the food that had been prepared using beings that only existed in the primal expanse. Although the food had natural flavors, it lacked any seasoning, so it was very lackluster compared to the food in the human world. Realizing this, Yuan said to them, "You guys like the meat skewers, right? How about I prepare this food in the same way?" "What? You can do that?" Long Yejuan's eyes widened. "Please do." Long Meihui exclaimed, her eyes flickering with excitement. Yuan nodded and retrieved several bottles of seasoning. One of the most significant contributors to the excellence of human food is how we apply our seasoning, how we season our food. He showed them the bottles and continued, "We call this seasoning. If we apply it to the food, it will give the food a specific taste. If we mix them together, it will create a unique flavor, and different mixtures have different results." Yuan sprinkled some salt on his food and handed it to Long Yejuan. This is one of the most commonly used seasonings. Salt. When Long Yejuan bit into the meat, his eyes widened with surprise. "What the? This food is now several times tastier. Let me try." Long Meihui and the others shouted. Yuan sprinkled some salt onto their food. "Wow! I can't believe those tiny sand-like things could enhance the flavors so much. This one is called black pepper, another commonly used seasoning." Yuan handed them more food. "What a stark difference. And this is what happens when I mix them together." Yuan added salt, black pepper, and garlic powder to the next sample. Long Yejuan and the others trembled with satisfaction when they ate the food. "I used to underestimate humans, but the fact is, they possess knowledge we could never fathom." The Baneful dragon muttered. "I've known that since I learned how to blacksmith from one." Refined Obsidian dragon commented. Yuan then said, "By the way, we typically season our food before cooking it. Speaking of cooking, we also learned that from humans. Before, we would consume our food raw." Long Yejuan said. Yingzi gently tugged on Yuan's robes and asked, "How about the flavor of meat skewers? What kind of seasoning do you put on them?" Many people have their own special mix, but the majority of them contain cumin, salt, and chili. Yuan tried to replicate the seasoning of the meat skewers in his possession and handed them to Yingzi. "It's missing some flavors, but it's very close," she said after tasting it. "There are hundreds of different seasonings out there, but I only have some of them," Yuan said. Yuan took out all of the seasoning in his possession to let the others use them as they pleased. Long Yejuan and the others had a blast testing out every combination, but their peace lasted only for a few minutes. Suddenly, a rift appeared right next to Yuan, and even before the figure emerged, their tyrannical presence poured through the rift, saturating the surroundings with an overwhelming and oppressive force. My. How can you have a feast without me?" Long Wuqing spoke as she walked out of the rift. However, she looked a little different from before. While most of her features remained the same, she was much taller and more mature-looking, resembling that of a peerless woman. Because we knew you'd show up regardless. Long Yejuan spoke with a nervous smile. Long Wuqing looked at the bottle of salt in his hand and inquired, "What is that white stuff in your hand?" "Seasoning. Humans use them to enhance the flavor of their food." Yuan gave her a brief explanation. "Interesting," she showed a thrilled smile. "Show me how to use it." I don't mind, but can you do something about your presence? It's terrifying everyone," Yuan said. Everyone at the endless arena had instinctively halted their movements since Long Wuqing's appearance and hadn't moved a muscle since then. Some even tried running away, but their bodies were stiff from fear. Chapter 1688 Dragon God Festival Details. Chapter 1688 Dragon God Festival Details. Long Yejuan and the others looked at Long Wuqing with nervous gazes, seemingly waiting for her reaction. Nobody has ever dared to ask her to suppress her presence since she killed the last one who did. In the Primal Expanse, displaying one's presence was a way of flaunting their status and prowess. The more powerful the presence, the better. To be told to stop, even if it was a reasonable request, could be interpreted as disrespect. It was akin to telling a wealthy man to stop showing off their jewelry in public because they were reflecting the sunlight and bothering those around him. After a long moment of silence, Long Wuqing's tyrannical presence unexpectedly began to weaken until it was barely noticeable. Her oddly obedient behavior greatly shocked everyone there, with some even wondering if she was truly the feared unrivaled tyrant. "There. You happy now, little human?" Long Wuqing glared at Yuan. He nodded and said, "That's perfect. Let me show you how to use the seasoning." After teaching her the basics, Long Wuqing began testing other combinations on her own. Sometime later, she had managed to somewhat replicate the meat skewer's flavor. "Hey, do you have any more seasoning?" "This isn't enough to recreate the taste of those skewers you gave me," she said. "Sorry, but that's all I have right now." "When can you get more?" she inquired. "When I return to the human world, but once I do that, I won't be returning." Long Wuqing fell silent again. "What a pity," she muttered a moment later and continued to eat in silence. "I can't believe it. That tyrant is actually have a peaceful meal with everyone." Long Yejuan swallowed nervously, feeling like he was living a dream. When he pinched himself and sensed pain, Long Yejuan nearly cried tears of joy. As expected of Brother Yuan. If anyone can tame that monster, it's him. He glared at Yuan with a profound gaze. Yuan's spine shivered at Long Yejuan's gaze. What is this ominous feeling? He wondered inwardly. For the next few days, Yuan and the others continued to feast until all of the food was devoured, leaving not even the bones. Of course, it was the beasts who consumed all of the bones. As big as his appetite was, Yuan wouldn't eat bones. 10:46 For the next few days, Yuan and the others continued to feast until all of the food was devoured, leaving not even the bones. Of course, it was the beasts who consumed all of the bones. As big as his appetite was, Yuan wouldn't eat bones. Shortly after they finished eating, a powerful presence suddenly appeared in the endless arena, alerting everyone there. "We greet the almighty dragon god." The beings there respectfully greeted upon noticing him. The dragon god remained silent. A few moments later, he opened his mouth and spoke, his voice resounding throughout the entire divine dragon sanctuary. "Heed my words. I will be announcing the details for this year's Dragon God Festival." The entire divine sanctuary became dead silent without a single entity making a sound. This year's Dragon God Festival will consist of 3 separate trials, each requiring the completion of the previous to participate. The first trial shall be a one-on-one death match. In order to make things as fair as possible, your cultivation must be suppressed to perfect chaotic commander. Those of you with a lower cultivation will have to deal with the difference if your opponent has a higher cultivation. Once you participate, you will not be able to forfeit. In other words, half of the participants will die. The first trial left everyone speechless. While death was not uncommon during the Dragon God Festival, with many perishing in each event, this trial had been the deadliest to date, and it was only the first of 3 trials. The sheer brutality of it shocked even the most seasoned participants. Why did the Dragon God make such a trial? Long Yejuan wondered, his gaze subconsciously shifting toward Yuan. Yuan was only a perfect chaotic master. If he were unlucky with his opponent, had need to fight a perfect chaotic commander in a worst-case scenario. Although the atmosphere remained quiet, a significant portion of the participants had already made the decision to skip this year's Dragon God Festival. Whether it was due to insufficient cultivation or simply an unwillingness to risk their lives, many chose to withdraw rather than face the deadly trial ahead. The Dragon God continued to speak after giving the listeners a moment to think about the first trial. Those of you who survived the deathmatch will be qualified to participate in the second trial. In the second trial, you will be given a blood reservoir containing my blood. If you are able to absorb and refine more than 90% of my blood within 30 days, you will pass the second trial. The Dragon God's blood? Countless beings exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing the details of the second trial. Even if it wasn't his blood essence, the Dragon God's blood was an invaluable treasure, capable of strengthening bloodlines and even transforming a mere snake into a true dragon. Most beings present would willingly start a war over such a precious resource, let alone risk everything in a one-on-one deathmatch. We only need to pass the first trial to absorb the Dragon God's blood in the second? Even if we only manage to absorb a drop of his blood in the second trial, it's completely worth it. Those who had already decided to skip this year's Dragon God Festival immediately had a change of heart. They have decided to participate even if they had to risk their lives, including those with a lower cultivation. Why is the Dragon God being so generous for this year's Dragon God Festival? No, this is a little too generous. I doubt he'd really let so many people absorb his blood with so little risks. Long Yejuan and the 7 dragon monarchs stared at the Dragon God with suspicious faces. The Dragon God suddenly laughed. You lot sure seem eager to absorb my blood. However, did you think it would be so simple? I knew it. Long Yejuan cried inwardly after the Dragon God proved his worries to be correct so quickly. Chapter 1689 Dragon God Festival Details, 2. Chapter 1689 Dragon God Festival Details, 2. The Dragon God continued to speak. The blood reservoir contains exactly 10 drops of my blood, so you will need to absorb and refine at least 9 drops to pass the trial. However, with that said, the blood you'll be absorbing is no ordinary blood. Every single drop has been enhanced, and if you're unable to absorb it, you'll immediately die a violent and explosive death. For example, let's say I only have the potential to absorb 3 drops of blood. If I try to absorb even a single drop more, it will spell the end for me. You may think it'll be fine as long as you stop at your limit, and while that is true, only some of you will have the capability to tell your own limit. The majority of you will not know your limit and will essentially be walking on a thin rope in the void. I will give you a warning. Whether you heed it or not is none of my problem. Many, and I mean many of you here will not even be able to absorb a single drop of my enhanced blood. The Dragon God's voice was grim but also felt oddly provocative, as if he was daring them to participate. The second trial was arguably even more dangerous and deadly than the first. While half of the participants would perish in the first trial, there was a good chance that most of the participants would perish in the second trial. As the reality set in for those present, they began to wonder why this year's Dragon God Festival was so dangerous and different from the rest. It was as though the festival had been tailored and fine-tuned for a particular individual. Unbeknownst to those present, the Dragon God had changed the Dragon God Festival at the very last minute. While some speculated that was the case, they had no solid proof, and they were not going to question the Dragon God. Yuan silently stared at the Dragon God. Although the Dragon God wasn't looking at him, he had a weird feeling the Dragon God was somehow paying attention to him. Let's move on to the last trial. The Dragon God continued a few moments later. If you manage to absorb and refine 9 drops of my blood and pass the second trial, you'll be able to participate in the third and final trial, where you will get the opportunity to refine my blood essence. What? Almost everyone there exclaimed in shock. Long Wuqing included. Long Yijin's eyes were so wide that his eyeballs were on the verge of falling out of their sockets. You did not hear me incorrectly. For the third trial, you'll need to refine my blood essence to become this year's champion. Yuan was speechless. He could have never expected the dragon god to use his own blood essence for a mere festival. However, he wasn't exactly delighted either. While Head managed to refine the Primal Monarch's blood essence, it was mainly because he already had the immortal Monarch's bloodline. The dragon god's blood essence was an entirely different story and could outright kill him if he attempted to do so. I still don't dare to consume the dragon ancestor's blood essence in my current state, and the dragon god is most likely even stronger than the dragon ancestor. How could I possibly refine his blood essence? It sounds like an impossible task. The only one there who even had a chance to refine the dragon god's blood essence would be Long Wuqing. However, when Yuan looked at her to see her reaction, her face was full of doubt and worry. So even she's not confident, huh? Yuan shook his head inwardly. That is all. Due to the unnatural nature of this year's Dragon God Festival, I will give you all an extra month to think about it. Until then. The Dragon God disappeared into thin air afterward. Right before the Dragon God left, Yuan noticed the Dragon God giving him a quick glance. The entire Divine Dragon Sanctuary remained silent for a few more moments before commotions erupted in every direction. Holy fuck. This year's Dragon God Festival is fucking batshit insane. It's as dangerous as it is rewarding. Who is going to participate? I was, until his warning for the second trial. Nearly everyone was having a conversation about the Dragon God Festival at this moment. Brother Yuan, what do you think? Are you still going to participate? Long Yejuan turned to ask him. The festival turned out to be much more dangerous than I could have ever anticipated. You probably don't want to hear this, but I don't want you to participate. It's too dangerous. This has nothing to do with your talents. Humans are simply unable to absorb the dragon god's blood, much less the enhanced version. Yuan nodded. I am aware of its danger. We still have a month to decide, but as of this moment, I haven't given up yet. It'd be quite bad if one of us gets paired with each other during the first trial. Sky-splitting dragons suddenly commented. Yes. It's incredibly risky, and it'll only become riskier with fewer participants. Baneful Dragon responded. As enticing as the trial seems, I won't be participating. Refined Obsidian Dragon had already made up his mind. He was already one of the 7 dragon monarchs, and his passion was smithing. He almost has no reason to risk his life at this festival. What about you two, the dragon god's descendants? Abyssal Dragon looked at Long Yejuan and Long Meihui. He didn't even bother asking Long Wuqing because he already knew her answer. In response, Long Meihui looked at Long Yejuan and Long Wuqing with a worried frown. I'm worried that I might need to fight with my own siblings. Will the dragon god, our father, really be fine with us killing each other for this festival? She wondered out loud. Long Meihui wasn't worried that she had to kill her siblings. If she really fought with Long Yejuan or Long Wuqing, Long Meihui had no chance of surviving. She was worried for her own life. It was as simple as that. Chapter 1690 Yingzi. Chapter 1690 Yingzi. I don't think I'll participate in this year's Dragon God Festival. Long Yejuan spoke after Long Meihui, surprising the others. I can't lie that the rewards aren't enticing, but as mentioned, there's a chance I might fight with my siblings or brother Yuan. I don't think I'll be able to kill them if I matched against them. Long Yejuan could not bear fighting his sworn brother for real, much less kill him. However, since it was a rule in the Dragon God Festival, there was no way to avoid it if he really fought against Yuan. The Dragon God Festival was more than just a festival. It was a sacred ritual, one that even the Primal Monarch could not interfere with ease. If Long Yejuan and Yuan matched against each other, one of them would need to die, and the Dragon God himself would make sure of it even if it were the last thing he did. Ha! A scornful laugh suddenly resounded. Everyone there turned to look at Long Wuqing, who just laughed. She was staring at Long Yejun and said, just say you're afraid of being killed by me. This is your only chance to become truly powerful, but you're shying away because of some emotional bullshit. Or do you believe the dragon god will give us another opportunity like this ever again? I don't think so. Long Yejuan clenched his teeth, but he couldn't refute her claims. The chances of a similar dragon god festival occurring in the future were extremely slim to none. If he were to let go of this opportunity, he would never close the gap between him and Long Wuqing. If you're worried about killing me, don't. Yuan suddenly chimed in. If we really matched against each other, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Of course, I will also have no qualms if you kill me. Brother Yuan. Long Yejuan looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan smiled and said, I told you. I need to get my hands on the sacred chalice of purification no matter what. Being sworn brothers doesn't mean we cannot kill each other. As long as we both agree to it, nothing is off the table. Brother Yejuan. I don't mind if you kill me. Yuan confirmed with a serious expression on his face. After a moment of silence, Long Yejuan smiled and said, I also don't mind if you kill me. Even if I die, it's not like I will be gone forever. Due to my bloodline, I'll eventually be reincarnated. However, if I let go of this opportunity, I will never have a chance like this again. Then it's settled. Yuan nodded with a smile. Long Yejuan turned to look at Long Wuqing and continued, don't think you've won already. Well, both have our cultivation suppressed, so even if we fought, it's not like I don't have any chance at all to defeat you. Long Wuqing laughed out loud, as if she just heard something unbelievable. What a ridiculous joke. Even if I suppressed my cultivation to perfect chaotic master, you will never defeat me. Long Wuqing shifted her attention to Yuan and said, you better not run away, little human. You claimed you'd win the Dragon God Festival. If you dare run away, I'll kill you right here and now. Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, I don't have any plans on running. Although he was worried about the second and third trials, he still had to do it for Feng Yuxiang's sake. No, this is no longer just about Feng Feng. If I lose here, there will be countless casualties from both the Divine Dragon Sanctuary and the Eternal Phoenix Domain, he sighed inwardly. If he fails to acquire the sacred chalice of purification, the Primordial Phoenix will lead the Eternal Phoenix Domain and raid the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, resulting in countless deaths. Good, because you seemed hesitant moments ago. Long Wuqing smiled. I could say the same for you, Wuqing. Humph. As if. You were just seeing things. Then I'll see you next month. Long Wuqing flew away shortly after. I'll probably still skip this year's Dragon God Festival. Long Meihui sighed a moment later. But I'll wait to see how many will be participating. We have a month, after all. After saying that, Long Meihui also left. I'll also leave now. The others left one after another until it was just Long Yejuan, Yuan, and Yingzi. What about you, Yingzi? You going to participate? Yuan asked her. She immediately shook her head. I have no interest in this sort of thing, she said. I see. I'm going to go home and take this time to prepare myself. Long Yejuan said a moment later. You're welcome to join me. Yuan shook his head and said, it's fine. There's nothing I can do to prepare for the upcoming trials. Then I'll see you here in a month. Long Yejuan disappeared afterward. Now that it was just Yuan and Yingzi, he said to her, I'm going to leave for a month. Hey, can I come with you? Yingzi suddenly asked. Come with me. I don't think that's possible, unfortunately. You know this isn't my real body, just a fragment of my soul, right? She nodded. I am returning to my real body now, and I don't think there's a way for you to come with me. Sorry. It's okay, Yingzi said. A split second before Yuan logged off, Yingzi's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared into thin air. When Yuan returned to Earth, he removed his helmet and got off the bed to stretch. Since there's nothing I can do to prepare, I might as well use this time to relax, Yuan mumbled. Let's take a shower first. Just as Yuan turned around to face the bathroom, he was shocked to see a petite figure standing right behind him, her face filled with wonder and excitement. "Why, Yingzi?" Yuan muttered in a dazed voice, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Yes," she calmly responded, confirming that she wasn't his imagination. How in the world? Chapter 1691 Yingzi, 2. Chapter 1691 Yingzi, 2. Yingzi, how did you follow me? Yuan asked her with a dumbfounded expression on his face. "I followed your shadow," she calmly responded. "My shadow? How much do you know about shadows?" she asked him next. "Honestly, not much." Yingzi proceeded to explain, "Most believe that shadows are universal for everyone. While that is somewhat true, it's different for us, shadow dwellers. Just like how everyone has a different soul, their shadow is also unique to them. However, only those born in the shadows like us shadow dwellers can see the difference. That means as long as I enter your shadow, I'll be able to emerge from your shadow, no matter where that may be. With that said, I wasn't certain I would be able to follow you, and I acted on a whim. But I'm glad it worked. This world may be small, but it has a lot of delicious scents." Yuan stared at Yingzi with a worried gaze. While he was confident that Yingzi wouldn't cause any trouble for him or Earth, this incident exposed a loophole, a risk that he wasn't even aware of before. If Yingzi was able to follow him from the Primal Expanse through her own abilities, there was a chance the same could happen again. This meant that Earth wasn't completely safe from unexpected invasions. I will need to be more wary of who I log out around. I should let the others know this too. Yuan thought inwardly. It'd be disastrous if someone dangerous were to follow him back to Earth, after all. He looked at Yingzi and spoke a moment later, Yingzi. I trust you, and I don't mind your presence here, but you'll need to be extra careful in this world. As you know, this world is very small and fragile. If someone like you were to use your abilities, it would fall apart. She nodded, I am aware. I won't do anything to your territory. Thank you. By the way, are you feeling okay? This world doesn't have any chaotic essence. He figured that if humans were unable to cultivate in the Primal Expanse, those from the Primal Expanse would have the same issue if the roles were reversed. I guess it does feel a little uncomfortable since I have never been this deprived of chaotic essence, and I won't be able to replenish my chaotic essence if I use them, but it doesn't have any detrimental effects on me. That's good. Anyway, since you're here, is there anything you want to do? I'll show you around. Without hesitation, Yingzi replied, food. I figured. Yuan smiled. Alright, give me a few minutes to shower first. What is a shower? She asked. It's when we clean ourselves with water. Why? You don't look dirty. We can shower even if we're not dirty. Is it common for humans to shower? Very. Pretty much everyone showers. Okay. I will shower with you, Yingzi declared. If you want. Yingzi followed Yuan into the bathroom a moment later. Once inside, Yuan began taking off his clothes. Yingzi followed. A certain object on Yuan's body quickly attracted Yingzi's attention. Hey, she spoke. What is that weird thing between your legs? When the beings of Primal Expanse first took on the appearance of humans, most got rid of what they deemed useless, such as the object between a man's legs. In their eyes, it was nothing but a hindrance since they don't require sexual intercourse to reproduce. Hearing Yingzi's odd question, Yuan subconsciously looked at the area between her legs. However, what was supposed to be there wasn't. It was a smooth area without the slit. I see, he muttered as if he understood something. Looks like beings in the Primal Expanse only care about the face and overall appearance, so they forgot the most integral part of humans, their private part. This made Yuan wonder about their internal organs. Anyway, unlike you, we humans reproduce through sexual intercourse, which is done by connecting a woman and man's private part. Even though Yingzi had the appearance of a little girl, her real age could potentially rival even the Lord, so Yuan had no issue teaching her. Most importantly, she wasn't even human, hence why Yuan could take a shower with her without batting an eye. Anyway, let me show you how to shower. Yuan quickly changed the subject and pointed to the shower area, which was large enough to fit 2 or even 3 people with ease. You operate it with this handle. Water began pouring from the shower head. You can adjust the water's temperature like this. Turn it this way if you want cold water and the opposite way if you want hot water. Keep it in the middle if you want warm water. Oh. Yingzi stared at the pouring water with interest. It's like rain. Yuan stepped into the shower once the water temperature was to his liking. Once your body is wet, you use body wash to cleanse your body like this. You can also wash your hair with shampoo and finish it with conditioner. Then, you rinse yourself again with water. Yuan stepped out a few minutes later and wiped himself with a towel. That's the gist of it. Pretty simple, right? Yingzi entered the shower next, and she played around with the water temperature while standing below the shower head. In the end, she settled with hot water that was raised to the maximum, quickly steaming the place. Once she was satisfied, she stepped out of the water and started washing her body with body wash and hair with shampoo just like Yuan did. Afterward, she rinsed herself and stepped out, feeling refreshed. We also take baths after showers if you want to relax. It's when you submerge yourself in water. Since we're already here, want to try it out? Yuan asked. Yingzi immediately nodded. Yuan quickly prepared the bath. They entered the large bathtub sometime later and spent the next several minutes in silence. I have been meaning to ask, but who are the 2 female humans outside sleeping next to each other? Yingzi suddenly asked. Chapter 1692 Yingzi, 3. Chapter 1692 Yingzi, 3. Those 2? They're my partners, Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Yuan explained. Partner, so you're breeding them, she spoke calmly. The weird phrasing in her calm tone sent shivers down Yuan's spine. He cleared his throat and explained, while some humans enter a relationship with the determination and intent of having children, not everyone wants children. We became partners because we love each other. What is love? It's an emotion we feel towards someone we want to be with forever, someone you really like. For example, you like to eat food, right? Love is basically several times more intense than that. I still don't understand. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking her, how do you feel about me? What emotions do I invoke from you? Yingzi stared at his handsome face in silence. You pique my interest. You're always full of surprises. Also, when I look at you, I don't feel the desire to rip you apart, unlike others, she said a moment later. You've followed me for over 2 years now. Why? At first, I wanted to learn more about humans. But before I realized it, I found myself wanting to learn more about you. Then how do you feel about following me for the rest of your life? Would you be able to do it? I'm not sure what to feel, but I can't imagine following you for the rest of my life, she responded with a calm expression. Yuan smiled and said, if you can imagine yourself following me, or anyone for that matter, for the rest of your life, you'll get closer to understanding the feeling of love. With that said, love is a very complex emotion, even for us humans, and there are many different types of love. Of course, it's also fine if you don't understand it for the rest of your life. It's just an emotion, after all. Just like how some people never feel fear, it's possible some will never experience love. By the way, why do you want to understand humans? Yuan suddenly asked. I don't really have a reason. I think I am inherently interested in them, she responded. Is there a problem with that? No, that's fine. We humans often do things for no reason, too. Just as Yingzi opened her mouth, another voice interrupted. Welcome back, Yuan. Are you taking a bath? Let me join you. A cheerful voice came from outside the bathroom. The very next moment, a naked Chu Liuxiang could be seen strolling into the bathroom with a bright smile on her face. However, her smile froze when she noticed an unfamiliar little girl resting in the same bathtub as Yuan. Wait. Chu Luxiang's brain nearly overheated from trying to comprehend the situation. Chu Liuxiang had no qualms if Yuan found more partners, having already come to terms with and accepted the idea. However, the girl with Yuan appeared so young that it would instantly raise many eyebrows wherever they went, and even someone as accepting as Chu Liuxiang couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. Seeing Chu Luxiang's panicked and perplexed expression, Yuan said, "Calm down, it's not what you're thinking." He proceeded to explain the situation in a calm but hasty manner. First of all, she's not as young as she looks. She's actually from the Primal Expanse, and she somehow followed me back to Earth when I logged out. After taking a long moment to process this information, Chu Liuxiang asked, "But why are you taking a bath together?" "I am teaching her about humans and our culture." "Ah, she's also not human." "So she's not the third?" she asked for clarification. Yuan calmly shook his head. Chu Liuxiang heaved a deep sigh of relief once her worries were eliminated. "Oh, I was worried for a second there." Chu Liuxiang went to take a quick shower before entering the bath with them. "Hello, I'm Chu Liuxiang," she introduced herself to Yingzi. Yingzi. "We were just talking about you," Yingzi said. "Really? About what?" Chu Luxiang's eyes flickered with curiosity. Yuan gave her a brief description of the subject. Chu Liuxiang chuckled after hearing it. "Is that so? But Yuan, if you ever want a child, don't hesitate to ask me." Yuan silently nodded with a somewhat stiff smile. "By the way, how did she follow you from the Primal Expanse?" Chu Liuxiang asked a moment later. "Her race has the power to control and enter shadows. She entered my shadow right before I logged off and managed to come out through my real body." "Such a thing is possible?" "That's ridiculous, and has some serious implications." Chu Liuxiang muttered in disbelief. "I know what you're thinking, but if Yingzi is able to come to Earth through her own powers, we cannot dismiss the possibility that others could accomplish the same," Yuan sighed. "Isn't that really dangerous for us?" she asked. "It is. However, I doubt there are many beings out there who have such capabilities. Still, we need to be careful where and who we log off around from now on in case we do meet someone similar to Yingzi." Chu Liuxiang nodded with a serious face. Sometime later, the three of them left the bathroom. "By the way, the Dragon God Festival was postponed for a month, and they'll be staying here for the whole duration. However, I cannot leave Yingzi unattended, so I'll be accompanying her for a bit," Yuan said. Chu Liuxiang nodded, "All right. Then I won't bother you for the time being. Can you let the others know the situation for me?" "Of course." After giving Yuan a passionate kiss on the lips, Chu Liuxiang returned to Cultivation Online. Meanwhile, Yuan went to find Mei Feng. However, she was also inside Cultivation Online. "I guess Yingzi can experience her food later." Yuan brought Yingzi outside. "I don't know where to bring you, so let's just wander until you find something you want to eat," Yuan proposed with a casual smile. "Okay," she nodded eagerly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc." Chapter 1693 Yingzi, 4. Chapter 1693 Yingzi, 4. After leaving the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, Yuan brought Yingzi to the nearest city for their first destination. Before leaving, Yuan consumed an appearance-altering pill to change his face so they don't attract unwanted attention. "We're moving too slow. I'll bring you with me like usual," Yingzi complained halfway there. Yuan nodded and said, "Do you see the city in that direction? That's our destination." Yingzi swiftly wrapped her chaotic essence around Yuan and, as if they'd teleported, arrived at the city instantly. Earth was simply too small for someone like Yingzi. With her cultivation, she could easily circle the world a dozen times before someone could even finish blinking their eyes. Either her cultivation is too high for formation to work on her, or it has no effect on those with a chaotic heart. Yuan thought inwardly after realizing the cultivation restricting formation had no effect on Yingzi. After arriving at the city, Yingzi took a moment to savor the unique scenery of tall buildings, cars, and bustling humans. Although she had already seen this view through her divine sense, Looking at it with her own eyes and being there in person invoked a special feeling that couldn't be achieved through divine sense. A look of awe appeared on Yingzi's face as she realized the complexity of human technology. Just how did humans achieve this? She mused in a low voice. This is what happens when society focuses on technology rather than cultivation. You may find this hard to believe, but the majority of this world learned about cultivation only a few years ago, Yuan said with a slight smile. Is that why everyone's cultivation is so weak, barely noticeable? Even the weakest beings in the primal expanse would be a big shot here. Unfortunately. Once she had enough of the scenery, Yingzi walked to the nearest restaurant and pointed at it from outside. I want to eat whatever is inside, she said. Yuan nodded and approached the waiter by the entrance. Table for two. Ah, can I also have your biggest table? We'll be ordering one of everything. The waiter looked at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief. One of everything? We have 200 different dishes, you know. Yuan silently nodded. Oh, okay. Please follow me. The waiter led them to one of the biggest tables available and asked again once they were seated, just to confirm, one of everything? Yes. Can you pay in advance first? Yuan retrieved a black card and placed it on the table. Thank you very much, esteemed guest. The waiter's eyes flickered with excitement after seeing the card. Once the payment was confirmed, the waiter placed their order. Why is it taking so long? Yingzi complained not even 5 minutes later, her disappointed gaze focused on the empty table before her. Besides fast food, they only start cooking once an order is placed. This guarantees the food will come out fresh and hot. After waiting another 10 minutes, their first dish finally arrived, with more dishes coming out nearly every minute. The workers were initially worried they'd need several tables to accommodate all the food, but Yingzi quickly relieved them of their concerns. She devoured each meal within seconds, effortlessly keeping pace with the speed at which dishes were coming out of the kitchen. Yuan didn't touch any of the meals and allowed Yingzi to hoard all of the food. Yingzi's unfathomable ability to consume so much food with her small body left the others shocked. They took out their cell phones and began recording her. Heavens! Is she a professional eater? That already exceeds the level of pros. Where does she keep the food? Is there a black hole in her stomach? The other customers muttered to each other. Once Yingzi finished all of the dishes, she stood up and said to Yuan, "Let's head to the next place immediately." Yuan nodded with a smile. As they walked to their next destination, which was right next door, Yuan asked her, "How does it compare to the meat skewers you've been eating?" With an excited expression on her face, she responded, "The flavors are much more complex, and the textures vary greatly between dishes. While some tasted better than meat skewers, others were less enjoyable. However, overall, even the least impressive dish is far superior to anything I've experienced in the primal expanse." Once they arrived at the restaurant next door, Yuan showed the waiter his black card and said, "I want to order one of everything on the menu. You can charge me in advance." The waiter silently stared at him, as it took some time to comprehend his words. "All right, away." When the customers from the previous restaurant realized Yingzi planned on eating more, they followed her to the next restaurant with their phones out, acting like a group of paparazzi. My God! They ordered one of everything again. How much does she plan on eating? An hour later, Yingzi finished every dish with ease, and they made their way to the next food establishment, repeating the same thing. News of a monstrous little eater began spreading across the internet, quickly gaining traction. Videos of Yingzi eating gained millions of views in just a few hours, and every single one of these viewers was shocked by her infinite appetite. With her newfound fame, Yingzi earned the nickname Little Fairy of Gluttony. However, many were skeptical of her eating ability and claimed it was all fake. Once Yingzi became popular enough, people began traveling to her location just to watch her eat with their own eyes, with some traveling even halfway across the world just to confirm her existence. She's still eating? This is her 27th food establishment, and she'd been eating almost non-stop for the last 10 hours. The onlookers couldn't comprehend how Yingzi could eat so much. When some onlookers attempted to approach her, their advances were immediately halted by Yuan, who was concerned they might annoy Yingzi. He knew that irritating her could potentially lead to disastrous consequences, and he wasn't willing to take that risk. A few stubborn individuals tried to force their way past Yuan, only to be sent flying. I knew she'd attract attention, but this is too much, he sighed inwardly. Chapter 1694 Yingzi, 5. Chapter 1694 Yingzi, 5, Bastard, who the hell do you think you are? We are just trying to speak with the little fairy of gluttony. One of the individuals who tried to force his way through and was sent flying returned shortly after to shout at Yuan. Little fairy of gluttony? Yuan couldn't help but crack a chuckle after hearing her nickname. Anyway, she's a friend of mine, and we don't need any distractions. I don't mind if you watch from a distance, but stay away from my friend unless you want to die. Of course, Yuan had no intention of killing anyone, but Yingzi was a different story. He didn't know much about her or the limits of her patience, and the last thing he wanted was for things to escalate due to her unpredictable nature. Unless you want to die. The man repeated Yuan's words in a mocking tone. Get a load of this bastard. Suddenly, another figure stepped forward. He was a skinny young man with depraved facial features, looking like a ghoul. Step aside before you get hurt. The skinny man warned Yuan as he showed off his Spirit Grandmaster Cultivation base. After a moment of silence, a low sigh resounded. Should I just get rid of all of them? Yingzi stopped eating to ask. Yuan looked at her and said, just focus on your food. I can deal with them myself. All right. Yingzi no longer paid them any attention and returned to eating her food. Yuan released a defeated sigh the next moment. He looked at the skinny man and muttered, since we've already attracted this much attention, there's no point in hiding myself any longer. Yuan removed his disguise, revealing his true identity to everyone there. P-player Yuan? Someone from the crowd instantly recognized him and shouted. What? The same player Yuan who disappeared after stomping the fiery garden of hell? He hasn't shown himself for over 3 years now. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the skinny Spirit Grandmaster and those around him. I am having trouble breathing with so many people around me. Do you mind giving me some space? The skinny man snapped out of his daze and hurriedly left without uttering another word. The others swiftly followed. Yuan shook his head and returned to his seat. Now that Head made an appearance for the first time in over 3 years, the attention on Yingzi skyrocketed to unprecedented levels. Player Yuan returns after 3 years. Unexpectedly, he's friends with the little fairy of gluttony. What's player Yuan's relationship with little fairy of gluttony? Player Yuan disguised himself to be with little fairy of gluttony. A secret relationship exposed? Such leadlines swiftly filled the internet. Despite the growing attention and the increasing size of the crowd around them, nobody dared to approach Yuan or Yingzi. The spectators kept their distance, content to watch from afar, clearly still fearful of Yuan. Although 3 years had passed, the majority of people still vividly remembered Yuan's fight with the fiery garden of hell. The sheer intensity of that battle left an everlasting impression, keeping his reputation fresh in their minds. After spending a few days visiting literally every single food establishment in the city, Yingzi traveled to the next city and repeated the same thing. Her seemingly infinite appetite made people wonder if she had a unique physique that refines food into her own energy. Unbeknownst to them, Yingzi truly had an infinite appetite. Shadow dwellers are made entirely of shadows, so no matter how much Yingzi ate, she would never feel full. However, she doesn't feel hungry either. While unnecessary, Yingzi still enjoyed eating, just like how powerful cultivators could survive without food but still indulge in it once in a while. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed since Yingzi's visit to Earth. During that time, she had experienced a wide variety of foods and cuisines. However, there was only so much truly unique food to try. Eventually, she began encountering similar dishes, with only minor differences in flavor and quality. Although she still enjoyed them, Yuan could tell that she was slowly getting bored of them. Food can vary greatly depending on our location, with some food only available in specific parts of the world. If you want to experience newer food, we should travel further. Yuan suggested. Yingzi nodded and said, okay. I'll let you choose the place next. After finishing her current meal, Yuan brought Yingzi to the other side of the world to experience their cuisine. They spent 1 week eating as much food as they could. Then, for the last week, Yuan bought seasoning for her to use in the Primal Expanse. He bought so much that they had to visit several supermarkets because he emptied all of their stock. This month I have spent in this world has been the best of my entire life. I will remember it forever. Thank you, Yingzi said to Yuan with sincerity as they returned to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan nodded with a smile. You've done a lot for me in the Primal Expanse. This is the least I could do for you. Before we return to the Primal Expanse, I would like you to have one last meal. Okay. Yuan brought her to the dining room, where a feast prepared by Mei Feng was waiting. The Demon's Sealing faction members were also present. So that's the famous little fairy of gluttony, huh? Wang Ming chuckled after seeing her. She resembles Xiao Hua. Mei Xiao mumbled after noticing their similarity. After all, Yingzi borrowed most of her features from Xiao Hua. Although you've eaten a lot of food in the past month, you ate mostly alone. Some say food will taste better when you're eating with others. Yuan said to her. Once the introductions were done, they began feasting. When Yingzi took her first bite, her eyes widened with surprise. He's right, there is something different about this food, she mused inwardly. Hey, Yuan, the Dragon God Festival is tomorrow, right? How confident do you feel about it? Shi Lang suddenly asked. A stiff smile appeared on Yuan's face as he responded, honestly? I don't feel confident at all. Seriously? Everyone there turned to look at him while looking surprised. Chapter 1695 The Dragon God Festival begins. Chapter 1695 The Dragon God Festival begins. Seeing their surprised faces, Yuan explained the details of the Dragon God Festival and why he didn't feel confident with them. The Dragon God is a godlike entity with strength that rivals a cultivation god. I cannot fathom someone at my level would be able to absorb it, much less refine it. While he had a heaven-defying physique that allowed him to refine things one typically could not, even extending the limit of what those around his cultivation could absorb, it did not allow him to refine anything without limit. The training grounds were prime examples. It wasn't as if he could walk straight into the highest difficulty without any preparation. His body could still be destroyed if its limit was exceeded. There's also one thing I am worried about. Yuan wore a serious expression as he spoke. There is a chance I might not respawn if I die in the Primal Expanse. What? Why not? Wang Ming inquired. Because we don't know everything about the system. What if the revival system only works within the 9 heavens? What if I am too far away for it to work? The heavens have no influence in the Primal Expanse, after all. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, were there any announcements recently? About me, specifically. No, announcements are quite rare nowadays, and anything related to you would instantly rile up the internet, Mei Feng said. In that case, I'm certain there are limitations to the system. Unless someone has learned celestial grade techniques before me, there should have been an announcement about it. I even received the notification that I was the first. However, since I was in the Primal Expanse when it happened, something probably prevented the announcement from being made. What if it's like a cell phone and reception? Wang Xiuying suddenly said. When the others looked at her, she explained, you know how cell phones cannot receive messages without reception? What if the 9 heavens is like a cell phone, and the reason it didn't make any announcement was because it couldn't receive Yuan's data in the Primal Expanse? That does make sense and definitely a possibility. Yuan nodded with a pondering face. In that case, the announcements may show up once you return to the 9 heavens. I guess we'll find out when he returns. In any case, the chances of my worries coming true have increased now. Yuan sighed. Having said that, I have no plans on backing down now. I am going to tackle this Dragon God Festival, regardless of the risks, he swiftly continued with a resolute face. Although he was concerned, he wasn't losing his mind over it. After all, he was pretty confident the Primal Monarch wouldn't let him die needlessly. After the feast, Yuan and Yingzi prepared to return to the Primal Expanse. I have learned a lot about humans this past month, Yingzi said as she sat on his balcony. After seeing so many humans, I think I'll be able to craft a unique appearance for myself. She closed her eyes and began visualizing her ideal appearance. In the next moment, Yingzi's appearance began to transform. Her hair grew longer, its color deepening into a much darker shade of black, resembling the void itself. At the same time, her skin became even paler, almost ghostly white, creating a striking contrast against her dark hair. Her height increased, and her face matured slightly. In just a few moments, Yingzi had transformed from a cute, innocent little girl to a strikingly beautiful girl with a naturally aloof expression, and she even wore a black dress that complemented her appearance. From behind, she appeared completely human in every aspect. However, once her front was revealed, she left an unforgettable impression, her appearance teetering between human and something ethereal, almost ghostly. It was an otherworldly sight that would linger in one's mind. "What do you think?" she asked him afterward. Yuan smiled, "I think it suits you perfectly." Yingzi smiled back and said, "Now the only thing left for me to experience is sexual intercourse. Hey, let's have sex before we return to the Primal Expanse." Her bizarre words instantly shattered whatever atmosphere they just had. However, Yingzi spoke with such clarity that it didn't sound like a joke at all. "That is something you should only experience with the one you love, especially if it's your first time," Yuan responded with a stiff smile. "Is that how it works?" "Normally." Yingzi wore a disappointed look on her face. "Fine." Without saying another word, her figure disappeared into Yuan's shadow. Yuan returned to the Primal Expanse shortly after. The moment he returned, something in the sky caught his attention. There were millions of gold tokens hovering in the sky, and beings could be seen grabbing one from time to time. As Yuan wondered about their purpose, a familiar presence approached him. "You're back." Long Yejuan spoke with a smile. "Yes." "What are those tokens in the sky?" Yuan asked him. "Grab one if you wish to participate in the Dragon God Festival," he briefly explained, showing the token in his grasp. Yuan looked around and noticed that nearly everyone around him had a token, and there were tens of thousands of beings in his area alone. He went to grab one for himself a moment later. "I'll leave just in case the Dragon God matches us in groups," Long Yejuan suddenly said. He wanted to lower his chance of being matched against Yuan as much as possible. "Then I'll see you after the first trial." "Good luck, brother Yejuan." "Best of luck to you too." Long Yejuan disappeared into the distance shortly after. The very next day, Dragon God's voice rippled throughout the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. "This is your last chance to grab a token and participate in the festival. In 30 seconds, everyone with a participation token will be teleported to a secluded arena with their opponent, and you will not be able to leave until one of you dies. If both fighters are still alive after a month passes, the space will collapse and kill both of you." The participants were shocked by the last part, which wasn't mentioned until the last second, causing some of the participants to change their minds by tossing their tokens away. Once 30 seconds had passed, everyone holding a token disappeared into thin air without any warning. The Dragon God Festival has begun. Chapter 1696 Yuan's Opponent. Chapter 1696 Yuan's opponent. After being teleported, Yuan found himself surrounded by darkness, almost as if had returned inside the infinite spiraling abyss. However, oddly enough, he was able to see his opponent clearly. "Ha ha ha. What luck." His opponent, a red-headed man, laughed hysterically. Yuan stared at his opponent with a calm gaze. This wasn't their first meeting. "I can't believe I actually got matched with the Primal Monarch's son. How lucky." "Hellfire Dragon." Yuan muttered with a slight smile on his face. Hellfire Dragon was one of the 7 dragon monarchs as the Fire Dragon Monarch. He was someone nobody wanted as an opponent, especially for a deathmatch. However, despite being matched with one of the strongest beings in Divine Dragon Sanctuary, Yuan wasn't even the least concerned. After all, his opponent specialized in fire. Fortunately, I visited the Eternal Phoenix domain and acquired fire immunity before coming here. Why are you staying silent? Are you despairing because you realize that you're doomed? Hellfire Dragon taunted, appearing very confident. On the other hand, you talk too much. They say when one realizes they are screwed, they often become more chatty than usual to cope with their anxiety, Yuan sneered, wiping the smile off Hellfire Dragon's now enraged face. As I thought, I really don't like you, human. The Hellfire Dragon wasted no time transforming into his true dragon form. Shedding his human appearance, he became a massive red dragon, his scales glowing like molten lava. His aura radiated such intense heat that the air around him twisted and shimmered from the scorching energy. The Hellfire Dragon's aura was so powerful that it would have been enough to kill an ordinary chaotic commander. However, to Yuan, it was nothing more than a comfortable, lukewarm sensation, barely worth noticing. So what if you have godly talents? That shit will amount to nothing if you die an early death. Hellfire Dragon remarked. You got greedy, human. If you hadn't participated in the Dragon God Festival, you would have become a powerful figure. Yuan's face remained calm as he responded to his provocation. Where is your confidence coming from? Where? Hellfire Dragon sneered. Right here. He abruptly opened his mouth and spat a massive fireball at Yuan. Despite seeing the ball of fire hurling at him, Yuan didn't move a muscle and silently stared at it. Once the fireball was close enough to touch him, Yuan extended a finger to poke at it. The moment his finger came into contact with the fireball, its heat and energy were absorbed. What? Hellfire Dragon's eyes widened with shock after witnessing his fire being absorbed. Why do you look so flabbergasted? Did you think I only had 2 types of immunities? Unfortunately for you, I am also immune to fire. Since when? Hellfire Dragon roared. Since before I came to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, obviously. Hellfire Dragon clenched his jaws tightly, his gaze so intense it could engulf an entire world in flames. So what if you're immune to fire? You're still just a human. I don't need my fire to kill someone like you. The Hellfire Dragon started laughing. I heard that you almost died to Long Yejuan even when he suppressed his cultivation. I am on the same level as Long Yejuan if not a little stronger. There's nothing you can do to defeat me. Yuan chuckled and said, Brother Yejuan is indeed very powerful. However, if I wanted to kill him during our spar, it wouldn't have been too difficult. You're bluffing. Hellfire Dragon did not believe Yuan's claims for a second. Not only was Yuan a mere chaotic master, but he was also human, who were inherently weaker than beasts. Don't think you can rely on the Primal Monarch's power for everything. It won't work on someone like me. I never intended on using the Primal Monarch's power, anyway. Yuan suddenly retrieved a sword, a majestic sword that emitted an otherworldly aura. A sword? Hellfire Dragon raised his eyebrows, looking surprised. However, it was not because he was worried. That tiny thing won't even scratch my scales, much less. In the midst of Hellfire Dragon's speech, Yuan's arms suddenly flickered, shooting a powerful sword light made of pure enhanced sword chi at him. Shah! The sword light went right through Hellfire Dragon's right wing, cutting through his scales as if they were tofu. A moment later, the Hellfire Dragon released a deafening roar, not out of pain, but from the overwhelming shame he felt after realizing one of his wings had been severed. The humiliation of such a blow stung more than any physical injury could. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death for this humiliation. Hellfire Dragon released one last roar before charging at Yuan in his human form. Meanwhile, their fight was being spectated by the onlookers who didn't participate in the Dragon God Festival. However, it wasn't just Yuan's fight that was being broadcasted. Every single fight was displayed for everyone to see. Although Yuan's fight attracted some attention at first, they all went to watch another broadcast, one that had nearly the attention of every single onlooker at the moment. This specific broadcast displayed Long Wuqing's dominating performance as she brutally toyed with her opponent, which wasn't too surprising considering her unrivaled status. However, what truly surprised the onlookers and initially captured their attention wasn't just Long Wuqing's presence, but her opponent. What's wrong? Are you already giving up? It hasn't even been half a day since we started. Long Wuqing provoked her opponent with a cold grin on her face. Shut up, her opponent roared, their voice filled with fury. Their entire body was drenched in blood, open wounds covering nearly every inch of their skin. Meanwhile, Long Wuqing appeared unscathed in comparison. What a pitiful sight. Long Wuqing shook her head at the fully transformed dragon before her. Well, it's not like you ever had a chance in the first place, just as I said. Right, little brother? Long Wuqing remarked, her voice cold and condescending as she stared at Long Yejuan with an eerily calm expression, unfazed by his bloodied state. Chapter 1697 The Siblings Deathmatch. Chapter 1697 The Siblings Deathmatch. After being teleported, Long Yejuan found himself inside a secluded dimension that was created solely for the Dragon God Festival. He didn't waste any time looking at the void and searched for his opponent. However, he instinctively knew who he had been matched against after sensing her tyrannical presence. Elder sister. Long Yejuan muttered in a calm voice after confirming that his opponent was Long Wuqing. He had already mentally prepared himself to fight Long Wuqing, so he didn't act surprised. As a matter of fact, he had spent the past month preparing to fight Long Wuqing. Why am I not surprised, little brother? Long Wuqing suddenly spoke. Is this fate, or is this father's desire? There was a chance the dragon god had purposefully matched them together. However, they had no proof. Either way, it doesn't matter. I have been prepared to fight you since I decided to participate in the Dragon God Festival, said Long Yejuan. Really? It doesn't look that way. A cold smile crept on Long Wuqing's face as her fierce eyes glared at Long Yejuan's left arm, which had been trembling non-stop for some time now. Long Yejuan was surprised when he looked at his arm. He wasn't aware that he had been trembling until Long Wuqing mentioned it. He hastily grabbed his left arm with his right, forcing it to stop trembling. Ha ha ha. Long Wuqing couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. In response, Long Yejuan released a deafening roar as he transformed into a blue and white dragon. What's the rush, little brother? I have a whole month to kill you, so there's plenty of time to play. However, if you wish a swift death, I can also make that happen. Screw you. Long Yejuan cursed before launching a quick dragon's breath at her. However, Long Wuqing casually flung it away with a swatting motion. At least you've become bolder than before. Or maybe it's because you know you are going to die soon. Long Wuqing treated Long Yejuan as a joke. As infuriated as Long Yejuan was, he knew that Long Wuqing had the power to back up her arrogance. Here, I'll lower my cultivation a little more for you. Long Wuqing's cultivation base suddenly dropped from the peak of Chaotic Command to the peak of Chaotic Master, dropping an entire realm. Her actions were incredibly arrogant and the ultimate mockery to her opponent. However, Long Yejuan wasn't offended. If anything, he saw this as his chance. I knew you'd do something like this. Your arrogance will be your downfall. Long Yejuan smiled inwardly as he prepared to launch a full-scale attack on her. After throwing a few more weak attacks at her, Long Yejuan unleashed his most powerful technique, utilizing all of his chaotic essence. When facing a monster like Long Wuqing, a prolonged fight would inevitably end in defeat. There was only one way to stand a chance against someone like her, a swift and sudden attack that exploited her weakness, her arrogance. Her tendency to underestimate her opponents could be her downfall if timed correctly. Unfortunately, Long Yejuan miscalculated one thing, the true extent of Long Wuqing's overwhelming power. Even without transforming, Long Wuqing easily defended against the strongest attack Long Yejuan could muster with his suppressed cultivation. Did you think I was underestimating you? Long Wuqing spoke after seeing the look of disbelief on his face. It's the opposite, little brother. I lowered my cultivation because I know exactly what you're capable of, that you'd still not be able to defeat me. You fucking monster. Long Yejuan muttered. Long Wuqing's eyebrows twitched, and she scolded, just because you're about to die doesn't mean I'll let you say whatever you want. For the next few hours, Long Wuqing would launch an endless assault on Long Yejuan, beating him left and right. Despite Long Yijin's attempt to fight back, Long Wuqing was too overpowering for him to do anything. Damn it. If only our cultivation wasn't restricted this much. No, even if the limit was higher, the results would have remained the same. Long Yejuan sighed inwardly, accepting the results, his defeat. Giving up already? This is why I always mess with you. Long Wuqing looked at him with a disdainful gaze after seeing his state, and she increased the intensity of her attacks. You give up too quickly. You never push yourself past your limit, and you have a habit of running away from your problems. You're a disgrace to the dragon god's bloodline. Long Wuqing's words ignited a fire in Long Yijin's heart, and he released a vicious roar. I know I can't defeat you, but I will survive for a month, and then the both of us will perish together. Long Wuqing merely laughed at his plan, showing no signs of concern. She knew that she could defeat him whenever she wanted, after all. A few hours later, Long Wuqing sighed, seeing you struggling like this isn't fun at all. I'd rather go watch that human's performance than beat a corpse like you any longer. Any last words? Long Yejuan didn't respond. His body hovered in the void like a lifeless corpse, but he wasn't dead just yet. Is that so? I hope you said your goodbyes to your human friend, at the very least. He's not a friend. Long Yejuan suddenly muttered. He's my brother. I'll consider those your final words. Without saying another word, Long Wuqing unleashed a devastating attack at Long Yejuan, far more powerful than anything she had displayed so far. This is your last chance to intervene, father. Long Wuqing muttered in a low voice as the attack enveloped Long Yijin's figure. However, the dragon god did not respond, and Long Yijin's body was obliterated, disintegrating completely under the overwhelming power of Long Wuqing's attack. Long Wuqing found herself back in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary shortly after. Chapter 1698 Hellfire Dragon. Chapter 1698 Hellfire Dragon. After returning to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, Long Wuqing ignored the nearby stairs being tossed her way and looked for Yuan's fight. Once she found it, she disappeared into thin air, appearing at the location it was being broadcasted a moment later. Her sudden appearance terrified those nearby, causing them to flee as if their lives depended on it. I see, so that's how he fights. Long Wuqing muttered with a slight smile on her face as she analyzed Yuan's fight. If someone were to look at her right now, they'd never imagine she had killed her own little brother just moments ago based on her calm and nonchalant demeanor. Oh, I remember now. Yuan suddenly spoke as he dodged the Hellfire Dragon's attack. We've fought before, he continued. What the fuck are you talking about? Hellfire Dragon halted his movements to ask. He was certain they had never fought before. Well, you didn't fight the current me, but Tian-E, Yuan explained. I recall fighting you near the end of my journey. It happened quite long ago, so I don't blame you if you don't remember. You had the appearance of a female human at that time, too. Although the Hellfire Dragon had the appearance of a human man at this moment, he also had female appearances in his collection. When he first encountered Yuan, he was in his female appearance. The reason Yuan recognized him despite his new appearance was simply because of his unique presence. Just like how one could identify Long Wuqing through her tyrannical presence, one could also identify the Hellfire Dragon through his fiery presence. While beings in the Primal Expanse also had genders, such as male and female, some of them tended to adopt whatever appearance they preferred. The distinction between a female human and a male human was mostly cosmetic in their eyes. The Hellfire Dragon was a male dragon, but he preferred a female human's appearance. Hell, even his male appearance was very feminine and could easily be mistaken as a female from afar. The Hellfire Dragon became silent to ponder Yuan's words. The last time I fought a human was, his eyes widened after realizing the meaning behind Yuan's words. Why you? You were that bastard human from back then? Hellfire Dragon cried out loud as he recalled some bitter memories. And now that I take a good look at your face, you definitely resemble that human. But how is that possible? You only have a single chaotic heart, not to mention your cultivation. Yuan merely smiled at his confusion, refusing to explain further. After learning that Yuan was Tian-E, the Hellfire Dragon's eyes flickered with fear. He had been badly beaten in the past by Tian-E, hence his hatred toward humans. Are you remembering that day? Yuan suddenly inquired. You should have just left me alone. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have done that to you. Hellfire Dragon's entire being trembled after Yuan mentioned a certain event. A few 100 million years ago, the Hellfire Dragon encountered Tian-E and provoked him, threatening to make him a human pet. Tian-E became so enraged that he plucked every single one of Hellfire Dragon's scales, turning him into a scaleless dragon for millions of years until his scales eventually grew back. That incident had humiliated the Hellfire Dragon to such an extent that it drove him to the brink of insanity. Consumed by the desire for revenge, he trained like a madman until he became a powerhouse. It could be said that Tian-E was the catalyst who shaped the Hellfire Dragon into who he is today, one of the formidable 7 dragon monarchs. However, Tian-E left the Primal Expanse shortly after that incident and never appeared again. After hundreds of millions of years, Hellfire Dragon started to forget about that incident. After so long, I have finally found you. Hellfire Dragon muttered in a shivering tone, his voice filled with excitement. I have trained myself to the brink of destruction countless times for this moment. The Hellfire Dragon resumed his assault, pouncing at Yuan with a ferocity unlike anything he had shown before. It was as if his power was being fueled by the immense rage he had contained within him for the past several 100 million years. Yuan remained composed. Despite the Hellfire Dragon's brief boost in power, it was not enough for him to defeat Yuan, who was immune to his fire attacks, and any physical damage dealt would also heal in the blink of an eye. The Hellfire Dragon had no real means of defeating Yuan, and as the fight dragged on, it became clear he was merely wasting his energy. Each of his attacks, though fierce, lacked the effectiveness needed to overcome Yuan's defenses. On the other hand, every time Yuan struck with enhanced sword aura, Hellfire Dragon needed to expend energy to recover from the damage. It was a fight the Hellfire Dragon was destined to lose, and he realized it. However, instead of accepting it calmly like Long Yejuan, he became more and more frenzied, desperate. Eventually, Yuan had enough and decided to end the fight with heaven-splitting sword strike. He unleashed a massive beam of light that closely resembled a dragon's breath. In fact, many onlookers mistook heaven-splitting sword strike as dragon's breath. Hellfire Dragon's figure was completely engulfed by the light. Once the attack ended, he was nowhere to be seen. A few moments later, Yuan was transported back to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. Congratulations on your victory, Yuan. Long Wuxia approached him shortly after his return. However, if that's the full extent of your capabilities, I'm afraid you won't qualify to be my opponent, she continued. Yuan didn't respond, but it wasn't due to a lack of words. Instead, his attention was drawn to a certain energy lingering around Long Wuxia. Where's Brother Yejuan? Yuan suddenly inquired with a serious expression. Long Wuxia refused to respond, merely staring at him in a deafening silence. Did you? Yuan's eyes narrowed. He looked at her as if he already knew the answer. Yes, I killed him, Long Wuxia eventually responded, her voice as calm as it could be. Chapter 1699 End of the First Trial. Chapter 1699 End of the First Trial. After hearing Ling Wuqiang's confirmation that Long Yejuan had matched up against her and lost, Yuan tightly clenched his fists. Long Wuqiang paid attention to every little detail and asked, Are you angry at me for killing him? Yuan closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath before responding calmly, No, I am not. Oh. Long Wuqiang looked genuinely surprised by his answer. She knew humans were emotional beings who are often led astray by their emotions, causing them to do unreasonable things. My. You're surprisingly calm. Totally not what I expected. Yuan raised an eyebrow and responded, Were you expecting me to lash out at you for doing something I would have done myself if I had been matched with him? He had prepared to kill Long Yejuan if they fought, after all. It would be unreasonable for him to be angry at Long Wuqiang for doing what she has to do. Everyone who participated in the Dragon God Festival accepted and agreed to such a risk before they grabbed the token, so they couldn't complain about being killed. I like you even more now. But that doesn't mean I will go easy on you later, Long Wuqing said with a smile. Yuan smiled back and said, I may not blame you, but I am still going to vent my anger on you, so I apologize in advance. I thought you weren't angry, she raised an eyebrow. Not at you, specifically. Just in general, he clarified. But you're going to take it out on me? Long Wuqing chuckled. If anyone could deal with my anger, it'd be you. I guess that's fine since ITLL make things more entertaining, she nodded with an understanding expression. After a few more days, Long Meihui defeated her opponent and returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. When she first heard the news of Long Yijin's death, she didn't believe it. However, after she found Long Wuqing and confirmed Long Yijin's death, Long Meihui broke down in tears. Wah! This is why I didn't want to participate. Why would the dragon god do this? Let his own descendants die, she cried out loud. Stop exaggerating. It's not like he's gone forever. Long Wuqing shook her head. As a matter of fact, this isn't his first time dying, she suddenly revealed. I know that, but it could potentially be millions of years before I see him again. What's a few million years to beings like us? Long Wuqing sighed. That's not the point. Long Meihui screamed. Huh? Who the hell do you think you are raising your voice at? Long Wuqing glared at her with narrowed eyes. Sorry. Long Meihui immediately shrunk her body, looking like a timid rabbit. Humph, Long Wuqing sneered. Long Meihui withdrew to Yuan's side and asked him, Are you okay? I am upset about Brother Yijin's death, but this is the result if you lose. Long Meihui sighed, I hope he reincarnates soon. I don't think I can handle being alone with my older sister. She's too scary. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, How long does it usually take for one to reincarnate? It depends on factors I am unfamiliar with. He could immediately reincarnate, or it could take hundreds of millions of years, she answered. I see. I hope he reincarnates sooner than later. After a brief moment of silence, Yuan spoke again, One more thing. Will he remember memories of his past life? I can't say for sure. There's a chance he might reincarnate without his memories, but I'm sure they will still be deep within his consciousness and eventually resurface. Thank you. They proceeded to spectate the other ongoing fights for the remainder of the month. Long Wuqing approached Yuan again a few days later. Hey, do you have any more of those skewers? She asked him without any shame or hesitation in her voice. You still have an appetite after everything that happened? Yuan looked at her with a look of disbelief. Why not? She responded in an unfazed manner. Yuan couldn't help but admire her carefree nature. It was as if nothing in this world could truly bother her. So, do you have any or not? Or are you going to refuse because I killed Long Yejuan? Don't be so petty, she continued. He sighed, I do have some, but I am running low on supply, so I cannot give them out so casually. Sounds like an excuse to me, she muttered with a displeased look. However, Yuan wasn't lying because he was being petty. He was really running low on meat skewers. He had a chance to replenish his supply when he returned to Earth, but he couldn't bring them back through the system and had to rely on Yingzi, who was capable of bypassing the system and bringing whatever she wanted back with her. That said, Yingzi had managed to acquire a tremendous amount of meat skewers. During her food tour, she bought out the entire stock of every single stall she encountered. Of course, it was done using Yuan's money. Yingzi has plenty of meat skewers, but I doubt she'd be willing to share them. Yuan smiled inwardly. He also had no authority to make her share them, even if it was purchased with his money. If you give me some, I'll share Long Yijin's final words with you, Long Wuqing suddenly bargained. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words. His final words, he muttered. All right. Yuan retrieved a handful of meat skewers and handed them to Long Wuqing, who immediately repeated Long Yijin's final words to him. Word for word. I see. A warm smile appeared on Yuan's face after hearing it. As the end of the first trial approached, more and more participants returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. However, there were still plenty of matches that seemed far from being concluded. Once the time limit had been reached, all of the secluded dimensions were forcefully closed, crushing anyone who remained inside them without any warning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1700 Refining the Dragon God's Blood. Chapter 1700 Refining the Dragon God's Blood. Congratulations to those of you who have survived the first trial. The Dragon God's voice rippled throughout the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. You may choose to continue to the second trial or give up now. Those of you who will continue, keep the token in your grasp. Otherwise, crush it. You have an hour to decide. Once the Dragon God's voice faded, everyone began mumbling to each other. He said that most of us won't even be able to refine a single drop of blood, correct? Do you think he's serious, or is he trying to scare us into forfeiting? Knowing the Dragon God, it could go both ways. It's extremely risky, no doubt. However, the benefit of this trial is worth the risk, so I am going to risk it. Many of us have risked our lives for much less. This is a no-brainer for me. Most of the participants shared similar sentiments. Only a few remained hesitant. However, after thinking about it, they realized if they gave up now, they would have fought to the death for nothing in the previous trial. In the end, everyone who survived the first trial decided to participate in the second trial. An hour later, the golden token suddenly emitted a golden light, and a small bottle materialized before the participants. Every participant had a single bottle containing 10 drops of the Dragon God's blood. You will need to refine at least 9 drops of blood to pass the second trial within 3 months. If you manage to refine all 10 drops of blood, I will give you a special reward at the end. The Dragon God's voice returned. What kind of reward? The participants mused to themselves. However, the Dragon God did not respond to their curiosity and disappeared after saying, "The second trial begins now." Yuan inspected the bottle of blood in his grasp. He had a quarter of a year to refine 9 drops of blood, which seemed plenty of time at a glance. However, after inspecting the Dragon God's blood, each drop contained an immense amount of chaotic essence that could take months if not years to refine, but they're only given 3 months to refine 9 drops, which seemed impossible. The first participant to act and consume a drop of the Dragon God's blood was Long Wuqing. She retrieved a drop and swallowed it without hesitation. She then closed her eyes and began to cultivate in silence. Many participants followed and consumed their first drop. Ack! Suddenly, a painful shout pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. As heads turned toward the source of the scream, the individual who had cried out exploded into a gruesome, bloody mess before anyone could fully process what had happened. However, that was just the beginning, and the situation quickly grew more chaotic as more and more participants exploded after failing to refine the Dragon God's blood. The gruesome scene terrified the others, but they couldn't forfeit now and forcefully consumed their first drop of blood. In half an hour, nearly 70% of the participants had perished from just the first drop of blood. There were tens of millions of participants who had passed the first trial, so one could imagine the carnage that occurred within these 30 minutes. Yuan was one of the last participants to consume the Dragon God's blood. As soon as the first drop entered his body, a powerful surge of energy began coursing through his veins, filling him with a strength unlike anything he had felt before. However, that sensation was short-lived. Shortly after his body began surging with energy, something within his body activated and started consuming the energy at a tremendous rate. The energy from the Dragon God's blood disappeared within minutes, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. When nothing else happened after waiting for several minutes, Yuan looked at the bottle of blood in his grasp. After some consideration, he retrieved the second drop of blood and consumed it. His actions greatly bewildered the onlookers. Didn't he just consume a drop of blood a few minutes ago? You're saying he's already on the second drop? Impossible. Even the unrivaled Tyrant is still on her first drop of blood. You definitely saw it wrong, and had just consumed his first drop. The onlookers quickly dismissed the possibility that Yuan had already refined the first drop of blood, let alone started on the second, everyone, that is, except for Yingzi. Having been watching Yuan closely from the very beginning, she was certain that he had already refined the first drop of the dragon god's blood. There's no way he'd just refined a drop of my enhanced blood in just a few minutes. Did you do something to him? The dragon god questioned the Primal Monarch after witnessing this. The Primal Monarch calmly shook his head and refuted, "No, I have nothing to do with this." Yuan absorbed the second drop of blood just as fast as the first. No, it was slightly faster. No. There's just no way. The dragon god exclaimed as he watched Yuan consume the third drop of blood, his voice filled with disbelief. You must have done something to help him. I refuse to believe a human has the capability to refine my blood this quickly. The Primal Monarch glared at him and sneered, "Why would I lie to you? If I said I have nothing to do with it, then I didn't." His tone was cold, leaving no room for doubt or further questioning. The dragon god clenched his fists as he returned to focusing on Yuan, who was already preparing to consume the fourth drop of blood. A few moments later. Chapter 1701 Dragon God Special Reward. Chapter 1701 Dragon God Special Reward, True Dragon Awakening, Grade. Description: further increases your physical capabilities when transformed. Your base physical strength and physical defense will be multiplied by 10 times. Oh my god. What are we witnessing? He's already on his fourth drop of blood. The onlookers were bewildered once they confirmed that Yuan had actually managed to refine the dragon god's blood in such a short time. The unrivaled Tyrant is still on her first drop of blood. The difference is overwhelming. What's causing this disparity? How can a human consume the dragon god's blood with such ease? The onlookers tried their hardest to comprehend the bizarre events occurring before them. Unbeknownst to them, even the dragon god was baffled by it. However, when Yuan's 9 dragon symbols reached level 4, its existence was revealed for a split second, and the dragon god did not miss it. There's a mysterious and powerful power hidden deep within his body. To be able to evade even my detection, its origin might surpass even myself. The dragon god spoke with a profound frown on his face. Primal Monarch, do you know anything about it? He's your son, after all. He turned to the Primal Monarch for help. Do you know every little thing about your own children? The Primal Monarch responded with a question. If you're that curious, you can just ask him later. The dragon god sighed inwardly, at this rate, hell refine all of my blood. Despite offering a special reward for anyone who could refine all of his blood, the dragon god never truly expected anyone to accomplish it. However, now that someone appeared to have a good chance of clearing the second trial perfectly, he found himself having to seriously consider what the reward would be. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to refine the dragon god's blood at a shocking rate. In less than an hour, Yuan had cleared the second trial by refining 9 drops of the dragon god's blood. There's only 1 drop left. Yuan thought inwardly as he stared at the final drop of blood inside its container. Since he'd already refined 9 drops of blood without any issues, Yuan had no reason to worry about the final drop and tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. After consuming the blood, Yuan closed his eyes to let the 9 dragon symbols do all the work. A few minutes later, Yuan opened his eyes and took a deep breath. That should be the end of it, he muttered. However, shortly after he refined all of the dragon god's blood, Yuan was forcefully teleported to another location. What's this? Yuan calmly stared at the dragon god and asked. I'm going to distribute the special reward to you right now, he said with a profound smile. Oh. The dragon god teleported him again. He was now standing before a massive pool of blood that was drifting somewhere in the infinite expanse. Is this what I think it is? Yuan swallowed nervously. The dragon god nodded and said, yes, this is a pool of my blood, and it is also your special reward. I will give you until the end of the second trial to refine as much blood as you can from here. Seriously? That means I get to spend 3 entire months absorbing as much blood as I want? Yuan did not expect the dragon god to be so generous. That's exactly what it means. Are you not satisfied? He asked. Of course not. I am more than satisfied. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yuan immediately jumped into the pool that was large enough to be considered an ocean. A whirlpool appeared around Yuan when he started to absorb the blood. Although the blood wasn't enhanced, the quantity more than made up for it. What a terrifying scene. The dragon god mused to himself, watching in astonishment as Yuan consumed his blood like a black hole. At this rate, he might empty the entire place before the 3 months are up, the dragon god swallowed nervously. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Dragon body, description. Your body now has the natural resilience and raw strength of a real dragon, even without transforming. After acquiring a dragon body, Yuan's physique became akin to that of a true dragon while still retaining his human form. His natural strength, resilience, and power had all drastically increased, giving him the might of a dragon and the body of a man. Dragons stood at the pinnacle of natural strength, born with immense power second to none. Even an infant true dragon could easily kill cultivators in the divine realm. In terms of innate prowess, even if Yuan had never acquired the golden immortal physique, he would still be the strongest human with his dragon body. After another 2 weeks, the dragon god started to refill the blood in order to prevent it from being sucked dry. What a monster! The dragon god muttered with a stiff smile. While Long Wuqing was undoubtedly stronger than Yuan at the moment, the dragon god believed that Yuan had the potential to not only catch up to her but eventually surpass her. Time continued to pass. As the second trial neared its end, Long Wuqing barely managed to refine the 9th drop of blood with only a week left to spare. I don't sense his presence anywhere in the divine dragon sanctuary. Did he really die from trying to refine the dragon god's blood? What a pity, she shook her head in disappointment. However, she didn't linger too much on such feelings and immediately prepared for the final trial. Chapter 1702 The Final Trial. Chapter 1702 The Final Trial. Long before Long Wuqing even refined her 9th drop of blood, every other participant had already been disqualified. Some tried to refine more blood than they could handle and perished, while others gave up after refining their first drop of blood. The vast majority of participants perished in the second trial, meaning tens of millions of participants were killed in just a few months. This level of casualty was unprecedented in the entire Primal Expanse and would definitely go down in history as the most deadly dragon god festival. Of those few thousand participants who survived, about 95% of them only refined a single drop of blood. The rest of them only managed to absorb 2 drops of blood at most, with Long Meihui beating everyone at 5 drops of blood. What? You're telling me that Yuan, a human, had managed to refine all 10 drops of blood in less than a day? As if I'd believe that, you idiot. Long Meihui didn't dare to believe this information despite being told by many witnesses. Where is Yuan right now? I want to verify it with him. We don't know where he went. That human disappeared shortly after refining all 10 drops of blood. The dragon god probably took him away. Understandably so, too. Long Meihui scanned the entire divine dragon sanctuary for Yuan's presence, and sure enough, he had vanished completely. That doesn't prove anything. Long Meihui continued being in denial. It was simply too hard to believe that a human with such a low cultivation could absorb the dragon god's blood, much less refine it. However, when she recalled Yuan's unbelievable achievements prior to the Dragon God Festival, his newest achievement became less unbelievable. Does my elder sister know about this? Long Meihui asked. The onlookers immediately shook their heads. Who'd dare be the one to let her know that someone, a mere human, had managed to completely surpass her? She also disappeared somewhere after she completed the trial. Not many people dared to speak with Long Wuqing under normal circumstances, so it was even less likely that someone would approach her with bad news. So she doesn't know. I wonder how she'll react once she realizes. Long Meihui muttered. Meanwhile, somewhere in the infinite expanse, Yuan continued absorbing the dragon god's blood. After acquiring a dragon core, Yuan's body naturally absorbed the surrounding energy with astonishing speed, as if he were actively cultivating even when at rest. This meant that even when sleeping, he'd cultivate faster than someone actively trying their hardest, giving him an unfair advantage during a fight when his enemy cannot replenish spiritual energy as easily. Suddenly. Ding! Yuan's dragon core had unexpectedly fused with his chaotic heart. Now, it can absorb both spiritual energy and chaotic essence without any issue. You have 1 day left. The dragon god notified him when his buffet was nearing its end. Yuan opened his eyes and asked, "Do you mind if I take some of your blood back to my world?" The dragon god raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner and inquired about his reason for needing his blood. Not hiding anything, Yuan explained that he knew a certain dragon family in the 9 heavens and accidentally absorbed all of their precious blood during a sacred ceremony, and he promised to help them. "Your blood is almost identical to the blood I absorbed at that time, so I figured I could use it to refill their supply," he said. "Identical? It can't be." The dragon god muttered with a serious expression on his face. "I promise I won't take much," Yuan added. The dragon god nodded and said, "I'll let you take some, but in return, you'll have to forfeit your last day here." "Deal." Yuan did not hesitate to sacrifice a day of dragon god's blood buffet to repay the Shi family. Yuan proceeded to collect the dragon god's blood with a large bottle. "Okay, I've collected enough." Yuan did not get greedy and only collected what he needed to help recover the Shi family's blood pond. "Then I will send you back now," the dragon god said. The next moment, Yuan found himself back in the divine dragon sanctuary. The second trial has concluded, with 2 participants who have passed. The dragon god's voice rippled throughout the divine dragon sanctuary shortly later. "What? 2 participants? Who's the second?" The beings who were not aware of Yuan's feat wondered. Somewhere in the divine dragon sanctuary, Long Wuqing had a greatly surprised expression on her face. "2. Is that why the trial didn't end when I finished? 'Cause there was someone else in the trial? Who is the other?" she mused to herself. Yuan did not come to her mind because she thought had already died. The final trial will begin in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the dragon god forcefully teleported Yuan and Long Wuqing to a secluded platform in the infinite expanse. "Why, you're still alive?" Long Wuqing's eyes widened in shock as she saw Yuan standing beside her, alive and completely healthy. "You thought I was dead?" Yuan chuckled. "But I couldn't sense your presence. And I searched the entire divine dragon sanctuary." "Ah, that's because I was teleported by the dragon god after I finished the trial," he briefly explained. "What?" She looked as if she were staring at a ghost, her face frozen in disbelief. In her entire life, she had never experienced such shock. "That means you had refined 9 drops of blood even before me," she muttered in a dazed voice. 9 drops? "No, I refined all 10 drops." Yuan corrected her with a smug look. Chapter 1703 Consuming the Dragon God's Blood Essence. Chapter 1703 Consuming the Dragon God's Blood Essence, 10 drops of blood? He refined all 10 drops of blood. Long Wuqing muttered to herself with a somewhat blank look on her face, looking like she was experiencing a mental breakdown. As unbelievable as it sounded, Long Wuqing did not doubt Yuan's claim. "How did you do it?" she asked. "That's a secret," Yuan replied with a smile. However, even Yuan didn't know the answer. While he knew it was due to the 9 dragon symbols, he was unaware of its origins. Long Wuqing narrowed her eyes at him, almost as if she were trying to unveil his secrets. "His body has become stronger than before, and even his chaotic heart is different. It must have been the effect of consuming the dragon god's blood." If Long Wuqing knew that Yuan had absorbed and refined an ocean of the dragon god's blood in the amount of time it took her to refine 9 drops of blood, she'd probably go crazy from shock. "Are you 2 done flirting with each other yet? If so, it'll begin the final trial," the dragon god suddenly said. "What nonsense is that?" Long Wuqing almost couldn't believe her ears. "I am ready. You can start the trial whenever," Yuan said. The dragon god retrieved 2 drops of his blood essence and gave a drop to Yuan and Long Wuqing. "I will give you a month to refine my blood essence. The first to successfully refine it will be the winner of this dragon god festival and have 1 wish granted by me." The dragon god explained the rules. After hearing the rules, Long Wuqing looked at Yuan with a slight frown. If Head managed to refine all 10 drops of the dragon god's blood faster than she could refine 9 drops, there was a good chance Head also beat her in the third trial. No, what am I even thinking? Long Wuqing shook her head to wake herself up. I can't believe I thought I'd lose before the trial began. This is not like me at all. Good luck, Yuan suddenly said to Long Wuqing. The final trial begins, now. The dragon god announced a moment later. Like the first trial, the trial was broadcast to everyone in the Divine Dragon's Sanctuary, and everyone watched as Yuan and Long Wuqing consumed the blood essence. Ding! For the first time ever, all 3 of Yuan's unique traits worked together to tackle a single source of power. However, even with his immortal monarch's bloodline, harmonious heaven refining immortal physique, and 9 dragon symbols working together, the dragon god's blood essence was still too much for someone at Yuan's level to handle. The dragon god narrowed his eyes at Yuan and wondered, as I figured. No matter how much of my blood he absorbs, they're just ordinary blood. It cannot compare to even a drop of my blood essence. Is this his limit? Yuan could feel his body swelling. He was on the verge of bursting from the overwhelming pressure building inside him like a balloon with too much air. Ah, is this the end? Yuan sighed inwardly, unable to do anything to reverse or fix the situation. The Primal Monarch appeared and prepared to save him. However, the dragon god intervened, saying, "You shouldn't spoil your child too much. In case you forgot, we're still in the middle of the dragon god festival. I will not allow any intervention, even if it's from you. Get out of my way." A vicious glint flickered within the Primal Monarch's eyes, and his aura emitted killing intent. For the first time ever, the Primal Monarch displayed bloodlust. The dragon god trembled, but he was unrelenting, even prepared to fight to death. Suddenly, a mythical aura appeared, captivating both the dragon god and the Primal Monarch. When they followed the aura's direction, it led them directly to Yuan. What the? The dragon god subconsciously muttered. His eyes widened as he witnessed a golden object emerging from Yuan's chest. Once fully exposed, it was revealed to be a spear-like object. When the dragon god attempted to probe the spear with his divine sense, it was instantly and forcefully cancelled, something that could only be done by an entity of equal or stronger prowess. This unexpected resistance left him momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the golden spear's tip aimed directly at Yuan and shot forward. It pierced through the front of his chest and exited out his back, completely penetrating his body in one swift, brutal motion. Ding! Dragon God's Vengeance, level, max, rank, soul weapon, growth rate? Requirement, can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description, a beautiful golden spear with an unknown origin. It is shrouded with a mysterious aura that will render all spiritual energy useless. Unique ability, requires level 19 dragon symbols to activate. When this weapon is out, it greatly enhances the strength of its wielder's dragon techniques. Unique ability, 2 requires level 39 dragon symbols to activate. If a dragon is killed with this weapon, the effects of this weapon will increase based on the dragon's strength. This weapon also deals 100,000% increased damage to dragons and 10,000% increased damage to other beings. Unique ability, 3 requires level 69 dragon symbols to activate. Allows the user to use Dragon God's Vengeance's special technique, Dragon God Suppression. If an enemy is struck by Dragon God Suppression, their bloodline will be sealed. This effect can only be removed by the Dragon God's Vengeance. Only one bloodline can be sealed at a time. Unique ability, for requires level 99 dragon symbols to activate. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.